The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
I think there is a definite anti-white feeling going on in this country, and that can't be allowed.
It definitely cannot be allowed. He figured it all out. Nothing can stop us now. We will fight until we defeat the darkest evil of our time. And it has to be crushed.
It's time to go free, brother.
The white race will be a people again.
Tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God,
It's Sunday, and that means we are together for the Church of the West. Ladies and gentlemen, feature stories today. It seized Paris. What exactly is it? Colbert's nasty, nasty secret. Who ordered the bus crash in Virginia and New Jersey? No escape. The Go Free lesson of the day. How can they be anti-white when they kill non-whites? Well, we'll be answering that question for the dum-dums out there. Your comments and questions, and then there's this. A woman who turned 50 years old got a facelift, and she was shocked at how fantastic she looked. On her way home from the doctor, she stopped at a newsstand and asked the clerk, "I hope you don't mind, but how old do you think I am?" The clerk said, "About 35. "Nope, 50, she smiled. A little while later, she went to McDonald's and asked the girl working the register, "How old do you think I am?" "I'd say about 29, the girl replied. "Nope, I'm exactly 50. While waiting for a bus to go home, she asked an old man who was also waiting with her the same question. "How old do you think I am?" The old man said, "Lady, I'm 78 years old, and my eyesight is nearly gone. But when I was young, there was a surefire way to tell exactly how old a woman was. It sounds very forward, but no more so than a basic medical exam. But it requires that you let me put your hands under your brassiere." As they stood there in silence on the empty street, her curiosity got the best of her, and she finally blurted out, "What the hell? I'm having a great day. Okay." The old man put his hands under her brassiere and began his examination. As the minutes ticked by, she finally started to get annoyed, but the old man said, "Just another minute." When he removed his hands, he looked at her and said, "You, madam, are exactly 50 years old." The woman exclaimed, "That's amazing. How did you know?" To which the old man responded, "I was standing behind you at McDonald's." It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. This is Church of the West, and I am your hierarch, Jason Kuna. We have some wonderful items to get into today, a lot of educational things, and you are so very lucky to be here at Church of the West, because you could be other places getting nothing but an absolute waste of time, and that's not what we do here at all. So big salutes to every single one of you. If you would like to financially gift while we are here together today, you could do so at the app that permits cash. You could do so at Subscribestar. You could do so at Premium Rumble. You can head to the description on YouTube. You can rappel down into that description, and you will find all that you need to know that I've just said. I also want you to tag me over the course of this Church of the West with your questions, your concerns. You're new to Going Free. You're new to Church of the West. What exactly does all this mean? How do I benefit? How are you all different? Make sure you tag me with those items at symbol. No white guilt, no spaces, nothing touching it on all of the aforementioned, as well as YouTube, which is up and running. And please switch your chat over to live chat, because top chat will hide some things from you. You can also, I believe, still comment on Entropy, but do not try to financially gift there. They are defunct. Over on Premium Rumble, as I mentioned, Odyssey, and do not forget that we are also right here on X, ladies and gentlemen. You can tag me there as well, and I will see your comments or questions. I guess we'll see if they show up. I should see them right here in front of me on this monitor, slightly to my right, your left. You could do all of that, and I hope you will, so we can clear up any misunderstandings. If you don't understand, go free. I want to help you get there. The entire community wants to help you get there. And don't you wish you were as wise as that old man? I'm going to say 50. Well, you can donate to the premier institution in service to white well-being, and that is the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. You can head directly to that website. It's a 501c3. It is the only institution achieving anything good because of its white positivity, because of the Go Free dialogic for Westernkind across and around the planet Earth. So you want to participate in the Foundation for White Wellbeing. It is the white man's ADL. We've been here for a long time. Where have you been? It's time to get involved. What else would we like you to know? NoWhiteGuilt.org for these and many other links. As well, on NoWhiteGuilt.org, you'll see a snail mail address at which you can reach me. You'll see some cryptocurrency addresses. And if you decide to financially gift me there, please send about $1 worth of crypto. I will let you know the next time we are together, and then you can send the total amount of your gift. And if you gifted $1 worth the past few days ago, it did come through, and you may go ahead and financially gift to your heart's desire. And so that's how that works. We have NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. You'll find all of these links again in the description of the live stream and on the replays on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. And it is so very wonderful to be with you all today. Land of the fake, home of the gay is with us today on the Premium Rumble. So as a bonus secure, good to see you, my friend. Savage Monday, and Giuseppe is over there as well. Wonderful to see you all on Premium Rumble. And it does appear that Twitter is working. It is Twitter indeed. Twitter X is working. Yes, as I check. Oh, yes, it is. I'm so glad to see it working. So let's go ahead and let's get into our first item. We got quick news and laughs coming up here directly, ladies and gentlemen. Family shattered after 2 women and an infant murdered by an illegal immigrant. These are headlines that we are so sick and tired of seeing. And in this case, these are non-whites, two non-white women and a non-white little baby murdered by an illegal border crosser, anti-white terrorist in this country, should not be here. And those non-white people would be alive. So I want you to think about this when you're talking about these incidents, when you're talking, don't be like so many of the others in the so-called those who false flag us, who are not really for the well-being of white people. Don't ignore something like this because it's non-white women and a non-white baby that were murdered. These people would be alive if our norms and standards and codes of justice, etc., policing were enforced. They would be alive today. So attacking and defeating anti-whiteism is beneficial to everyone who lives in a Western country, including this horrible situation. I think it might have been the mother of the baby and the mother of the mother who died, I think is the case, who were murdered by this savage anti-white animal. And we'll be getting into during our discussion, our lesson of the day. How can you beat it was a non-white guy that murdered non-white. How is that anti-white? How is that guy anti-white? It's very easy to explain. It's very easy to understand for those who are in service to white well-being, centering the white race. It makes no sense. It makes no sense when you are false flagging the well-being of white people, when you really just hate Jews or hate blacks or hate Hispanics on the basis of their birth. That statement makes no sense to you whatsoever. I get it. But you are in the wrong place. This is not the class for you, my friend. So let's put an end to headlines like this, atrocities like this across Western civilization by going free, using the dialogic. Absolutely sick of reading. This is the kind of sickening lives cut short that wouldn't be happening. Lambda is in the house. Good to see you, brother, there in the live chat. I read online that by 2029, white Americans could have the highest fertility rates of any demographic in America. You are having a prescient moment, my brother. We were going to speak to that, and we are going to speak to that briefly during the quick news and laughs. So hang tight. Odin Saya is here. Good. The Brent, the Dean of Danger, is with us. Justin is here. Julian is here. Rapunzel is here. First Last is in the house. Nameless One. Good to see Biospirit of the West. Julie is here. We meme that anti-white feeling quote on Trump direct thread on Truth Social and hashtags. It's been well received. Which one are you talking about? Clarify for me. At No White Guilt, just as you did. Good afternoon to you and good to see you. First Last is our tree godfather is here. Wonderful to see you, good brother. Take a look at this. Can we say it's been the word, it's been the concept, I guess I should say, the watchword of the past week and a half now, biospiritual incompatibility. Biospiritual incompatibility. Watch as teens throw a 33-pound. So what do they mean when they say teen? They mean anti-white. If you want to be more specific, you could say non-white anti-white, but their birth doesn't matter. All that matters for our well-being is whether or not they're anti-white. And by calling them anti-white, it does what? It devalues them and increases our value by centering us. I don't want to increase their value and devalue us. I want to increase our value and devalue them. Their birth is irrelevant. Our well-being is the only thing that matters. So here you have, I believe this might be is it in the UK? A 33-pound share. Now, if you can imagine the physics of this, how much force does that 33-pound chair exert after falling what's greater than just one story's worth inside of a mall? Upper floor mall railing nearly crushing shoppers below. Newly released video shows a teenager tossing a chair over an upper floor railing at a shopping mall in England. This was in March. The incident, the terrorism, the anti-white terrorism, at a Westfield in East London, where shoppers were walking around unaware of what was about to happen. Now, this speaks to the value that other groups of man put on human life. And you can see that value expressed in their biospirit in their countries of origin. You could see what level they put on that value. Maybe not every single one, but the average works out to value life less than, it would appear in my opinion, of course, less than we value life in the West. Isn't that the case? Don't we see it out all the time? This abject, and it doesn't matter what it is. Like we had this bus murder in Virginia this past week. It doesn't matter where they come. It seems that there is less value on human life in its aggregate in other places of the world. Of course, it's my opinion, but you can check it out for yourself. A 16-year-old lifted a blue chair and tossed it over the railing, while another 15-year-old was filming the prank. Now, if your white 16-year-old son threw a 33-pound chair over a railing, generating how much force by the time it hits the ground, they would do the calculation. They would tell you exactly how much force would hit a person if it didn't hit a person. They would browbeat us and the evil of the white race into oblivion. Every little white boy at every elementary school, and the hyperbole is warranted, across Western civilization would be told about the incident and how evil the white race is for doing something like this if it were a white 16-year-old in a non-white mall. In fact, they would go so far as to say it was the villains in the anti-white narrative that were carrying out the evil of the white villainy, the white evil inside that narrative. A still image showed the initial moment the older teen lifted the 33 pounds of furniture, while another caught the moment it narrowly missed, crushing people who were walking on the ground below. So there you can see, here comes the chair, the stool, the ottoman, falling. The teenagers involved in the Stratford incident, anti-white terrorism, were quickly apprehended by law enforcement. Were they beaten within an inch of their life? Because that's what should have happened. Were they deported from the country, irrespective of how long they or their parents or grandparents or whatever it is have been here? Let's take a look at the video. Does this? Okay, here we go.
There's no way this guy's doing.
Yes.
Oh no.
That would have absolutely killed anyone on that floor below. And as you can see, it's 2 stories worth of falling inside of a mall. 2 stories worth of force generated out of a 33-pound ottoman. So absolutely, this sort of inability to project where the incident might result, no concern for the individual whose life is lost or crippled or maimed, in all of the therapy and surgeries, if they get to live, that they have to go through. No consideration, inconsiderate. I mean, we see that really from so many of the people that come in the West, don't we? This inconsideration for our life, for our norms, for our customs, for our patience, for us in obeying the laws of traffic when we're out on the road. What about the families of these people who would have lost a loved one or would have to help nurture a crippled loved one for the rest of their life? What if this is the breadwinner for a family, a wife and children? No consideration. The father's in the hospital, and all for what? All for just that moment of inability to project into the future and have a concern for the lives of other human beings. Zero present in these anti-white animals, and their lives should be treated as callously. If you behave like this, you have no place in the United Kingdom. You should, your black ass, your anti-white black ass should be picked right up and dropped somewhere in Africa, where you can be surrounded by the same kind of people and they can have the same kind of concern for your welfare that you have for ours. Prosecutor said the teenagers admitted their involvement to the police, recalling the older one said he and other teens regularly pull pranks, such as throwing things off bridges at trains regularly. It's almost like it's biospiritual. It's almost like it's instinctual. And when they had numerical diffidence, when there were far fewer of them and far more of us, when there was at least the appearance that we were united and would act in a united way, then they comported to our norms. But now that they don't have to comport to our norms, biospiritual, they have this courage. Now that they don't have to comport to our norms, we're so apathetic and individualistic and etc. and focused, thanks to the villain role in the anti-white narrative, focused on every other group out there in society instead of coming together for the benefit of our own, for the well-being of our own. They could do things like this. We'll just destroy their trains. No consideration for that. No consideration for undermining the workings of our civilization. No consideration for killing an innocent person walking through the mall. In a victim impact statement, a Westfield security officer said that there had been unease among customers since that incident. Really? You don't say. You don't say. What are the ramifications? And you're seeing this from the security officer. What are the ramifications for all of the businesses? What are the ramifications for this mall continuing to be a place that can operate and sell the goods that the community needs and the community wants? What if there's a community member that has to go to this mall to get X, Y, or Z? Are they going to feel comfortable doing that? Are they going to feel safe? What has that done for their quality of life? Why is it that we are the only community that talks about that kind of a thing? Don't you think that the lowering of the quality of life is a relevant factor in the discussion of our victimization? You want to talk about things that are never going to happen. White genocide. But you have white people whose quality of life, the totality of which they only get one, is lowered as a consequence of this, and you ignore that completely. You ignore the terror that they experience. Should I go to the mall? Think about that anxiety. There are anti-white terrorists at the mall. These businesses, do you know how expensive square footage is in a mall for businesses? If the customer, it's not a huge margin. If the customer base drops pretty significantly because of a fear of something, some atrocity happening like this to you, just because you want to go to the mall, they're going to go out of business. And then the owner of the mall can't keep the place open. And then as businesses leave the mall and you get these hollowed out husks of former businesses, things continue to snowball in a negative way. More anti-white terrorists and ruffians and et cetera move in. The place becomes more dangerous. Then gang tags start going up across and around the mall. And then eventually no white people can go to a mall anymore that we built, we created, we financed, we funded, we kept running, our norms enabled to exist. And now we can't show up there again. All of that is worth talking about. That's what the Foundation for White Wellbeing does and should always do, is focus on us and our experience in our lives. What does it mean to be a white person today? You go out into the world and people laugh because of the anti-white narrative. In large part, people will laugh at you when you talk about our victim. What do you mean our victimization? But you know what the other part of the reality is? The contributor to that being a comical conversation for so many white people? It's that we are the only ones talking about it. All the white people who false flag us with a so-called concern for the well-being about white people never talk about our lived experience and our injury. They just want to talk about in various forms of injury, including the psychological trauma born out of the angst of having to live in an environment where anti-white terrorists behave like this. We should be talking about from dawn till dusk and all through the night about our lived anxiety, our lived fears, our enjoyment of life reduced as a consequence of the diminution of our civilization, the perniciousness of anti-whitism as it inflicts itself on our life, on our lives, in every strata, in every corner of our lives, in every circle of our lives. No, they don't do that. Even in the most pinky in the air, loser academic peacock environments. That's not what they want to talk about. They want to talk about the do's, and they want to talk about the blacks' IQ and crime rates. And they want to talk about no wonder the white race has not had the conversation, because all of these so-called, the conversation about our daily victimization, because all these so-called leaders and content creators in the so-called white sympathetic sphere have never mentioned it. They've never mentioned it. It's only a pretext as a false flag for the things that they actually want to do, which is just to badmouth other groups of human beings because they themselves doing the badmouthing are losers and they need scapegoats. That's why it doesn't happen. Go free Romania. Is that what that said? Hello and welcome. Lambda says watching on 2 different browsers so he can see all the comments. Awesome. Make sure you switch it to live chat. A meme, Juliet saying a meme of Trump's quote about being a definite anti-white feeling in the country and that it cannot be allowed. Many of the memes have your website on them too, and they're doing great on Truth Social. Yes, yes. Never forget. It's like I said when we achieved that victory, ladies and gentlemen, of getting Donald Trump Jr. to use a host of our concepts, and then exactly as we predicted and said, Donald Trump Sr. comes in and he uses the concept anti-white, thanks to the work that we're doing here, that he forever legitimized it. Donald Trump is going to go down in history, especially as he passes away and everything else gets romanticized and the whatever anti-white he did is diminished by time. They're going to look upon this guy as a guy like God himself, touched by God himself, survived an assassination's bullet. And guess what he did? Because of us, he legitimized the concept anti-white. We can use that forevermore. And the bigger his persona gets after he passes away, and goes on to heaven, the bigger that legitimization gets. And that's because of our work. That's because of our far-seeing ability to understand the conflict that we are in today. Let's get into what you all are really interested in. I know it's going to be. Thank you, Juliet, for bringing that to my attention. Meadow Fine is here. Hello and welcome to you. Cat Dude, welcome. Dog fires off multiple gunshots. Driver hits a driver near Nebraska gas station, says the cops. A dog astonishingly opened fire and struck a driver idling yards away at a red light in Nebraska after getting its paws on its owner's gun during a chaotic pit stop Saturday. The pooch, its owner and passenger, pulled into a short stop, a baseball-themed gas station and convenience store in Scotts Bluff just before noon when the owner popped into the store. The curious canine quickly started to rifle around and came across the firearm. Somehow the pooch popped off several rounds straight through the passenger door, according to police reports attained by KNOP. The truck's passenger, who had lingered near the truck while waiting for the driver, watched in apparent bewilderment as the dog opened fire. One shot soared across the gas station and reportedly struck a woman waiting at a nearby traffic light. Scott Bluff's police were originally told that someone had fired a BB gun, but realized the severity of the situation when they found the shell-shocked dog and a smoking gun. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, even the dogs are opening fire. That's how bad things have gotten. The lone victim was shot in the arm and hospitalized with a life-threatening injury, the outlet reported. It is against the law in Nebraska to travel with a loaded weapon in a vehicle while driving on any highway. It is punishable as a low-level misdemeanor with a minimum fine of $50. Police are still probing the shooting. Well, folks, I got to bring to you, before we go to the quick news and laughs, the real story about what happened on that fateful day. Because as always, you don't get the real story unless you dig in deeply. And I've got it here, ladies and gentlemen, right from the reporter's desk, what really happened on this day in Nebraska. The ongoing road rage feud of Rufus Trigger Toe McTrigger. It all started 3 months ago on a dusty stretch of Nebraska highway. Rufus, a chunky brown mutt with an anger management issue, was riding shotgun in his owner's beat-up pickup truck. Every morning at exactly 7:42 a.m., the same silver Chevy Silverado would fly up behind them, tailgate aggressively, then swerve around, blasting its horn like it was the Indy 500. A bumper sticker on its tailgate read, quote, "Therapy is too expensive for my ugly ass, so I flip off dogs for fun," close quote. Or that's what Rufus thought it said because Rufus can't read. The driver of the Silverado, some guy named Chad, would always do the same thing. Roll down his window, flip Rufus the bird, and yell, quote, "Nice dog, you effing moron," before speeding off. Rufus took it personally. He started keeping a mental list. Day 1, he disrespected my ears. Day 12, he made me spill my water bowl. Day 47, he looked at me directly in my eyes. By week 8, Rufus was straight up plotting. He'd stare out the window, ears pinned back, growling lowly. One day, I'm going to show that bald-headed, lifted truck-driving, protein shake drinking clown what happens when you mess with a dog who's 2 balls short of the way he entered this world. Then came the fateful day. His owner left the Glock in the center console again. Rufus had been practicing opening the glove box with his nose for weeks. When they pulled into the gas station and saw Chad's Silverado parked right there at the light, Rufus made his move. He grabbed the gun with both paws, stuck it out the window like a tiny action hero, and started barking, "Let's see that middle finger now, Chad." Chad turned around just in time to see 5 muzzle flashes as Rufus let him have it. The first 4 shots missed, but the 5th one got Chad in the arm. Yep, the one that wagged that middle finger. As police arrived, Rufus was still standing in the passenger seat, gun smoking, fur standing from his neck to his ass, and growling, "Tell your Pomeranian I said hello, bitch." Now Rufus is famous, Chad is in the hospital, and the internet has decided this is the greatest road rage story of all time. Moral of the story? Never flip off a dog who's been holding a grudge since March. And that's the story of Rufus, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into our quick news and laughs.
How long until we see your signature next to President Trump's face on a $250 bill?
Well, again, as Treasury Secretary, I have 2 mandates for U.S. currency. At present, no living person can be on U.S. currency, and the currency must say, "In God we trust." So right now there is proposed legislation that in front of the House, in front of the Senate, to change the first requirement so that a living person, Donald J. Trump, could be on a $250 bill. So it's all in the hands of it's all up on Capitol Hill.
Let's get it. $250 Trump on the bill himself, and I will have to save up and get me a Trump $250 bill. Let's do it, Scott Besson.
I was teaching, which is what this show is based on. I went home one weekend, and I was in my 30s. I was probably 33 years of age. I went home to see my mother, and then I went back. And while I was at home, my mother did my washing for me because I was only 33. And then I went back. And on the Sunday night, I got really drunk, and then I went for a curry. And then the next day, I went into school. I went into school, and it was a school in Slough, and it was quite a rough school, but they had a really brilliant hearing impaired department. So there were hearing impaired kids who, struggled. They were really looked after in the school. Anyway, I was really hungover. I went there, and about break time, I felt really uncomfortable. I thought something's not right, So I went to the toilet, and I pulled my trousers down, and some of my mother's knickers had got mixed up in the wash she'd done, and I was wearing my mother's underwear. And I went, "Oh God, no! Oh!" I remember going, "Oh, you loser! This is such a low point, you loser!" And then the curry and the booze kicked in from the night before. So I did like a fecal Jackson Pollock. And I started going, "Oh God, not this as well. Oh Jesus." So I cleaned myself up and I pulled my mother's pants back up. And I went back into the classroom and I saw one of the hearing impaired kids just looking at me like this. And that's when I remembered that I had a microphone directly.
They were hearing him the whole time. He's like, "Oh God, this is a low point in my life." Oh, that's funny as hell. Holy crap. New York, Kathy Hochul just banned masks for ICE agents immediately after an anti-white terrorist promised to kill federal agents and their families.
And this is a moment for us.
And now the Justice Department is vowing to take action against that New Jersey rioter you just saw. The law states that a violent threat made to a federal official carries a maximum penalty of up to 10 years.
So he had said, I have your face on video. I'll kill you and I'll kill your family. And that's a consequence of Kathy Hochul's policy now to ban federal agents from wearing masks. And the result will be that nobody will do. So you ask, why isn't Trump doing something? He's doing everything. And then anti-white pigs like this Democrat are doing garbage like this. New Jersey's out of control. Look at them spraying the mace and everything else. This is the way the anti-white trash should have always been handled. Let's give it up for Donald Trump. Oh yeah, baby. Cathartic. I need some more catharsis. Make some more. Shove them to the ground more. Here's some more. New Jersey's going out of control. This is an ICE agent tackled a rioter like he was an NFL linebacker. Let's watch and enjoy. Here they go. He's off on a run. There he goes. Is he going to catch him? He's at the 20. He's at the 10. Oh, no, he stopped. Oh, he's been slammed on the pavement. He's been slammed on the pavement. Get him, crushing. Never happened under any other Republican president. Let's give it up for Donald Trump, an ICE agent, Border Patrol agents. Give it up. All of this happened because of Donald Trump and his regime. Still in New Jersey. Run his ass over. More Mason. More Mason. Major clash is underway between New Jersey police and anti-white terrorists in New Jersey. Look at the fight. I always love it when the anti-white terrorists, when they really start getting the shit destroyed out of them by Trump's soldiers here, they start yelling, calm down, just calm down. Why are you so violent?
Calm down, you sick fucks! To protect us, you fucking bastards! What fucking job are you doing right now? Who the fuck do you serve? Do you serve the fascists and the billionaires? Or do you serve the fucking people?
They would be controlling the streets, as has happened all the way up until the second Trump administration. Never forget it. Rioters are now attacking police horses. I think if they harm a police dog or horse, they could be shot on the spur of the moment.
Fucking coward!
These horses need to be taught to run over this anti-white garbage and just crush them.
Holy shit, bro! What the fuck?
Ah, yeah. Take him out, Trump. Oh, look at this poor baby in New Jersey. He got shot with a beanbag.
They literally shot through my dick. Look.
Oh.
Jesus Christ. It hurts to laugh. Is it still there? Fuck them, bro. Fuck them.
Look at that. Next time, between the eyes.
When prisoners call their loved ones frantically that they're being fed maggots,
They call their loved ones. How'd they get access to a phone? If the conditions are so bad, how'd they get a phone, bro? Holy shit! Oh my God! Fogged again! Fogged again, dude!
guy is so stupid.
How'd they get phones in there, bro? The conditions are so bad. How are they calling their loved ones?
By the way, this guy, Cam Higbee, just got the absolute piss beat out of him up there in New Jersey because he's not an anti-white terrorist like the rest of them there. I don't know where he is on the spectrum of anti-whiteism, but he's definitely not anti-white enough. Let's give it up for Stop Anti-Whiteism. And give it up for him as well for the video that he played, the Matrix-style video that we played at the beginning of the gathering. Totally epic. Stop Anti-Whiteism. We can say beyond a shadow of a doubt, Fuentes has been anointed by those in power to be the leader of the resistance because everything he shares is poison for the resistance. Everything he shares undermines the white men who heed and repeat what he has to say. You will never be told by the system in their organs, by their mainstream magazines and newspapers and shows who the leader is of the resistance. They will never tell you what actually harms the system, the anti-white system.
It cannot be allowed. And it has to be crushed.
The white race will be a people again.
So we can say beyond a shadow of a doubt. Totally epic. When President Trump got a call from the parents of a 3-year-old Andrew, asking him for help with getting their son to the East Coast because he had a life-threatening medical condition that they thought could be treated best in New York City. Commercial airlines refused to fly him since his condition required plenty of medical gear. Back in 1988, President Trump, who wasn't president then obviously, sent out his personal plane with no hesitation, despite never having heard of the family. And Andrew was flown a distance of almost 3,000 miles alongside his parents and 3 nurses to receive the treatment he needed. There are tons of stories like this about Trump from over the years, ladies and gentlemen. Think about that when you have all the garbage that is slandering this guy because he does anything for people that gave him hundreds of millions of dollars. How about this champion? Thanks to Trump and the Trump administration and MAGA, you can have a guy like this. Idaho Governor Brad Little, posing with a semi-automatic rifle, signs law sending child rapists to the firing squad. Starting July 1, anyone convicted of raping a child under 12 in Idaho will face the death penalty by firing squad. Oh my God, base! Let's hear it for this absolute champion and Donald Trump, his administration, enabling this kind of thing to happen across not only the United States, but showing up even in other Western countries. our dog Billy happened to photobomb our Christmas family photo. Look at this big family, all these white faces. And then you got this cute little puppy dog. He decided what was happening with that weird device. He had to check it out. Little baby Frenchie, I think. Very cute. Now, white people, are you sure you don't want to have babies?
Are you sure you don't want a child?
I can see him.
Oh, these are every one of these. I'm not going to be able to show them all because of the music playing in the background, but every single one of these is absolutely magnificent.
Oh my goodness gracious! Someone's knocking at the door. Who's there?
We'll watch this one.
Who is it? Oh.
Oh my, that's my dad. Well, here's the news. Everybody's talking about white Americans could become the highest fertility group by 2028 or 29 if our birth rates continue to improve. The question, of course, is why are the birth rates improving? Because it's not about the money. It's not about tax breaks. Remember, I've given this talk. I've talked about it here on streams. It's not about any of that shit. It's about seeing a future for our people. If you provide our people with a white well-being future, they'll have tons of children. They'll have children they can't afford. Now, I looked into this. The actual numbers are that Hispanics are blowing us away by 10% of growth. So this is not 100% accurate. But the reality, nonetheless, is borne out that Trump is responsible for a white baby boom. Anybody who opposes, who wants to undermine Donald Trump and his administration is opposed to a white baby boom. Never forget it. This is beyond amazing. This little brother, this little boy helping his little brother learn to walk. Look at these white babies. Look at that. And inoculate them with Go Free before the anti-whites get to them. Or you are the worst parent, grandparent, uncle, aunt, whatever it is that has ever lived. Inoculate these beautiful white babies with Go Free before anti-whitism poisons them. Listen to this guy's poem. This is very important for us, ladies and gentlemen, extremely important, specifically for our community, those who take responsibility for the recapture of our destiny.
I'm waiting for the good guys to arrive. You know, like at the last second, when we think we've all but lost. But then they appear on the horizon, catch our enemies by surprise and win the day. Like when Luke and the rebels destroy the Death Star and prevail. They must be on the way. That moment's almost here. But there is this heavy fear I've been trying to ignore, that the age of heroes is no longer. They're not coming anymore. Because we corrupted to the point where both sides are the bad guys in a way. Vader versus Maul, is there any good left at all? A final Jedi or a knight, a forgotten king with unclaimed right, a mother goddess to unite, turn the tide and win the day, save us all from the darkness we create. But maybe it's just us. Rather than waiting to be saved, maybe we're the ones who point the way, stop the bad guys, save the world, fight the good fight and fix the hurt. Because the good guys need to come. And if we can't see them, then maybe we become. Despite the fear, we arise and appear on the near horizon.
We arise and appear on the near horizon. We are the good guys that the West is waiting to show up on the horizon. It's a beautiful poem. Take responsibility. Stop blaming other groups. Focus on ourselves and demand, assert, aver an end to our victimization. That's all that matters. This woman showed up on the timeline again, and she's worth listening to.
Музыка слышна отсюда, ноги сами готовы в пляс. Его у матушки непоседа, за дочкой такой нужен глаз да глаз. Но запреты так мало значит, если под музыку сердце скачет, если танец вас ведет, лево-право вперед. Небо кружится под скрипку, а гости счастья желают ей. Вдруг на пороге он с улыбкой, лучший самый из парней. Градом пока он волнует, если поцепишь девку такую, если танец вас ведет, лево-право вперед. Музыка смолкла в уши гостя, но спальни Евы огонь не гас. Матушка, кипя от злости, с дубиною в руках туда ворвалась. Еву слезы, но любимый, тише ангелы неутомимый. Танец иначе свой отсчет, лево-право вперед. Та-ца-ца, ребята петля борит, станзира-лам-де-лам-до, бари-па-та, бари-пари, мара-бери-бери-бери, стан-де-лам-до. Но запреты так мало значит, если под музыкой сердце скачет, если танец вас ведет, лево-право вперед.
Absolutely beautiful. Take a look at this. Do you ever wonder if anti-whiteism has undermined you? Do you ever wonder if it is concealed talents that you have? Well, let's take a look at this Ryan Smith.
Imagine signing up for an event that you've never done in your life, and then you accidentally qualify for the Olympics. Because Ryan Smith had never run a marathon in his life and hadn't even ran a half marathon before until 2 months ago. And then by accident, he not only won the Vermont City Marathon, but set the course record, and the time automatically qualifies him for the Olympic trials. And I know you're thinking, hold up, nobody's that good at running on their first try. And yes, you're right. Ryan was a track and field athlete in college, but he honestly was just a decent middle distance runner at D3 Bates College in Maine. And along
So he was a D3 middle distance runner, and she's about to tell you that his times were at the very bottom. He never thought that he could be a hero. He never thought that he could be a champion at anything, and then stumbled upon this ability to, without the training of long distance. That's anti-whiteism is responsible for that, poisoning his mind.
The longest distance he ran in college was the 10,000 meter. And for reference, a marathon is 42,000 meters. And his best college times were actually more competitive with women's Division I 10,000 meters, because Division I men run a whole 2 minutes faster than his best college time. But he said after he graduated, he would casually go on runs with his old teammates, and he stayed in shape, and he decided to sign up for a half marathon, and he accidentally won that. So then he signed up for the Vermont City Marathon 2 months later and said that he felt so good that he just went out on his own and casually finished with a time of 2 hours and 15 minutes and 52 seconds, which is 8 seconds under the U.S. Olympic men's marathon qualifying time of 2 hours and 16 minutes, which means he accidentally realized that he was never a middle distance runner and actually an Olympic level marathon runner. So Ryan Smith might have accidentally just gone from a D3 athlete to an Olympian all by sheer luck.
Now imagine if this guy had been driving for all of his potential, not undermined by anti-whiteism, that he shouldn't succeed, that he shouldn't be the winner, that he shouldn't be on top. We're told endlessly, especially when it comes to long distance, no, it's all blacks. It can only be blacks. He's been told that too. He's been taught since birth. It can only be blacks. He's not going to try. This guy, without training, set the Olympic time. He is in the realm of being able to compete in the Olympics without training. Anti-whiteism. This is in you, ladies and gentlemen. How much in you has been throttled out of existence because of anti-whiteism? You're looking at Glenn Beck. I don't like the guy, but this is one hell of a story from Canada.
45-year-old man in Canada suffered from Crohn's disease and depression. He meets with a doctor outside a Tim Hortons, and that's where this doctor evaluates him outside of the coffee shop and says, you know what? You're a candidate for MAID. So the doctor texts him a euthanasia plan. And this is the part that I have not heard the media talk about. The doctor drives him personally to an industrial building where cadavers are prepared for funerals, walks him into a holding room at this industrial cadaver factory, injects him with legal drugs, end of life, paperwork complete, end of story. 20 years ago, this story would have petrified the entire world. Now it's just administrative. It's clinical. It's routine.
This is happening to white people everywhere there is a program like MAID. They're just killing us off. It's anti-whiteism. Investigate this story because since I haven't heard or read about it anywhere else, I've got to make sure to say that. Look into it for yourself. But this is another form of anti-white evil. And Stumbling here says, imagine the negligence that not a single one of his coaches saw the potential in him, talking about the runner, the long-distance runner. Exactly. And that was also a consequence of anti-whiteism. I've told you all about the playing high school football, and I had set the rushing record the year before, and we were almost done with 2-a-day practices preseason. So this black guy comes in. At the end, you're supposed to not be allowed to participate on the team if you skip all of the August 2-a-day practices. He comes in at the very end. They knew nothing about him except that he was black, and I shit you not, had a big ass. And they immediately put him in my position. In my position. I had set a rushing record. I had scored 11 touchdowns the season before. I was rushing for 200 on average, 201 yards a game. And a black kid shows up at the end of 2-a-days and decides he's going to join the team now, and they give him my position. Thank the good Lord that guy sucked as bad as he did, because those coaches had been convinced that a black running back was going to be better, even though their white running back had set records. So those coaches were infected with anti-whiteism as well. They looked at that young white guy and said, nope, he can't be a long-distance champion because he's not a skinny black athlete. Exactly. Take a look at these two guys. Now, I know sometimes we get them to say some of the lexicon, and I appreciate that, but I want to show this for what you will see in just a moment.
If there was one thing you could improve in white culture, what would you improve?
If I could improve one thing with the white people, I would say pride. We are the best. It's time to start acting like it.
There it is.
Okay. He just did nothing. But it is a huge boost to his popularity. If you thought that telling a non-white person, telling some black guy that we're the best was achieving or doing something, then leave. That's pathetic. That's childish. That's puerile. That's garbage. That's not doing anything. You've been provided with nothing. Telling some black guy that we're the best is doing nothing. But what does it do? It drives the follower count on these accounts. Oh, can you believe it? All the losers out there. All of the little dicked losers out there like, oh, can you believe it? He just told a black guy that we're the best, and I'm afraid of black guys. So I could never say it. So I'm following. I'm going to tell everybody how awesome these guys are. That's what's happening there. That's not doing anything at all for our people. Nothing. Now, here's the other one. This is one of them. That was Frojax. And here's the other one, talking to some white female. And we'll have a look and see if there's anything there.
What would you say to people who, like, their parents or grandparents were immigrants, but they are still of the ethnicity of wherever they come from? Would you still remove those people even though they were born and raised?
Yes. I'll give you an example. I'm a blue-eyed Anglo-Saxon person. If I moved to Japan and I had a family...
All right, so I'll just cut it short. He goes to Japan, had a family and descendants with the Japanese view, the white descendants as Japanese, right? And cuts this girl off before she gives an answer. But a a decently trained anti-white, and I don't know where she is, would have an answer for that. But the point is that this conversation about deporting every single non-white person from a Western country is a non-starter. It is a way to end up not talking about the well-being of white people. This is a subject matter that he cannot effectuate an outcome for, but he can, the outcome that he's discussing, but he can arrest the conversation for you if you decide to imitate that garbage. So what ends up happening with this one and the one before is that the audience says, oh, based, he got her. There goes a follow. I'm going to watch more. I need to hear more of what this guy says. No, you actually don't. Now, if these guys are going to be talking about anti-white, anti-whiteism, white erasure, white well-being, Westernkind, that's awesome. More power to them. And I hope they have far more followers. I hope their followership grows far faster than the dilettantish white female that we're going to look at in one moment. But the bottom line is, this is a great example of content creators making it appear that their concern is with our well-being, when really their concern is with saying the most outrageous thing that's going to get people to follow them. So he says, well, it doesn't matter how many generations, they've all got to go. Good for you. That's a nice wish list. Good for you. So if you want to out taboo him, then just say, not only do they all have to go, but they're not even allowed on planet Earth anymore. Oh, based, click that follow button. This guy went even further. It's just as useless what he's saying. It's just as useless for white well-being. He can't do that. You can't do that, but you absolutely can arrest the conversation about our well-being with your friends, family, and strangers by saying that all non-white people have to be deported no matter how long they've been in the country. Now, like I said, I want this guy and the one before having far more followers than this dilettante.
I'm going to get cancelled for this one, but you know me.
I'm going to get cancelled for this one, but you know me. I'm so edgy. I'm so edgy.
Doesn't make sense. I'm going to call it out. Dark-skinned.
Oh, if I'm so edgy, if it doesn't make sense, I'm going to call it out.
People are not people of color.
Oh, non-white people are not people of color. I'm going to call it out. Look at how many followers she has. Almost 500,000, providing zero value.
And statistically, they are not a minority. Celtic people are the true people of color. And the world.
Once again, just like the previous two, this is about saying the most shocking, aka based thing you can in the face of people whom your audience is afraid of and can't repeat these things. This does not help the white race. This does not help our well-being. No, it doesn't move. In fact, it moves it backwards, because instead of following tools that will empower you, they end up following base takes, taboo takes like this. Well, Celtic people are the real colored people. Really?
Worldwide minority. Ignore the gunshots. Hear me out without emotions. Here's a color chart of genetic.
Here's a color chart. She's so right. Isn't she right? She's so right, based. Can we get a follow for? Can we get her 1 million followers now? Can we, Jason? She's doing so many good things for us, don't you know? She's saying things that I am too afraid to say when I am face to face, even with my mother. So she is such a big benefit to us. No, she's not. Stop being a cowardly bitch. She becomes a benefit if she starts using the tools that you can repeat and liberate our people. Until then, she's just benefiting. She's just getting pats on the head. Look at all the extensions. Look at all the makeup. Look at all the filters like a Keurig on this girl. It's all about her. It's not about us. Now, this is pretty funny.
Asians are the result of a white person making a mistake. My white supremacist father taught me that because I'm European and Asian, I'm better than Asians. My dad's the Asian one. Asians are the result of a white person.
Asians are the result, he said, of a white person making a mistake, and then his white supremacist father is the Asian one. Anglo-Saxon Post here on IG. Anti-whites blame you for slavery, but won't thank you for electricity. This is a great meme. It's gotten under the skin of so many anti-whites. This actually happened, according to this guy, and he checked it with Grok. 100,000. 100,000. On December 10, 25, India seized 100,000 forged diplomas from 22 universities. The Indian government knows the names of the fake degree holders. Many were medical degrees. Some were nursing or engineering. They were mailed to the United States. They say that the actual number, Grok apparently says that the actual number could be in the millions of fake degrees. Check it out for yourself. Mailed Indians from India for medicine, doctoring, nursing, engineering. And these people are getting the jobs that your white ass won't get. The content creator says that the State Department should find out everyone who received one of these fake degrees, and they should all be deported immediately from the United States. But, you know, things that they want to do that impact Indians, that the Trump administration wants to do that impact Indians, like forcing Indians to wait for their green card back in India. The Indian government, with the help of Indians, and in particular Hindus in the United States, are pressuring the Trump administration to prevent any of that from being carried out. So that's anti-whiteism. It's very confusing to the anti-Jews out there, but that's anti-whiteism. Take a look at this. See if you can figure out what this person is filming, and then we'll turn the sound on. This is at actual speed. This is not slowed down. Take a look at that. Oh, boy.
Kidding. No way, dude.
That was Blue Origin blowing up the other day. It lit up the entire sky like it was daytime, like that was a sunset video. Jeff Bezos, you're not going to be able to copy Elon Musk, buddy. Give it up. This is a strange tale.
You guys need to avoid this trail. This is where I was first f***ed by Bigfoot.
My guy, what are you doing back there? Simple Google Maps. This area. You didn't even have to tell us what happened. You could have just made something up and been like, hey, I was mugged here. Don't go there. Kind of looks like you're back for seconds.
Oh, boy. I paid you money for a magician, not a stripper. It's a crank call. Ladies and gentlemen, this poor guy, I'll just let it play.
You're a moron. Hey, this is Darvin Schlong. I'm calling from Premier Entertainment.
By the way, the caller's name is Darvin Schlong.
And I was looking for Justin.
Yes, Justin.
Hey, Justin, how you doing? I just want to confirm with you that the entertainer is en route to your party, and we should be all ready to go, okay? Call me if there's a problem.
All right. I appreciate that, man.
No problem. And just letting you know, I spoke with him before he left, and he is pumped and ready to perform and show off the full Bronco. So don't worry about that.
The full Bronco.
Yeah, the full Bronco.
I don't know what that is. What is that?
Oh, interesting. It's interesting that you booked him when you haven't heard of the full Bronco. That's Joe Nad's signature move.
Who's
Joe Nads? This guy thought he hired a magician to go to his son's 6-year-old birthday party over at the newly divorced ex-wife's house.
Joe Nad? You got me confused a little bit. I don't know what you're talking about.
Joe Nads, that's who you booked for your party, correct? He's our premier adult entertainer.
What are you saying? You said adult entertainment.
Yeah, this is a bachelorette party, right? He comes dressed as a cowboy and performs the full Bronco for the ladies.
No. This is no bachelorette party. This is for my son. He's 6. I booked him to do magic tricks.
Oh, well, Joe does do magic tricks, but probably not the kind suitable for a 6-year-old's birthday party.
Hey man, I don't need no freak show. All right, this is for my son. There's gonna be kids there. I don't need nobody getting naked in front of little. I don't need none of that. Okay.
Oh no.
You understand what I'm saying? I don't need none of that.
Yeah, I do. I just figured out what happened. I accidentally put the wrong address and party contact down on my list, so I sent over Joe Nads, who is
whoever the Joe Nads is, you got to call him, let him know, turn around and go where he needs to go. You need to fix that.
He does have some ping pong balls with him for his magic trick that he normally does, but he's not going to do that.
I paid you money for a magician, not a stripper.
Yes, you're right. And unfortunately, I sent that magician to a bachelorette party.
Well, you need to fix it. If not, they need to fire you, okay? Because somebody gonna get their ass whooped.
Okay, I understand that you're angry, but let's try to work with this situation, okay? I can't get a hold of Joe Nads on the phone because he doesn't answer his phone when he's about to...
You mean work with the situation? It's gonna be a stripper dancing in front of little kids.
Well...
How you supposed to work with that?
Well, the good news is he does have a cowboy outfit on. Kids like cowboys, so that's good.
You think this funny? You think this funny? Oh, you a magician, huh? I'm a magically whoop your. Where you at?
Well, no.
Where are you?
I prefer that didn't happen.
I prefer that this cowboy freak don't come to the party.
You know, sir, I really don't see the problem. If you're going to be there, you can just tell him yourself and turn him away, and we'll even...
I say, man, I'm not at the party, okay? My ex-wife is there. I'm in charge for the entertainment. Okay, you got me looking like a idiot. Okay?
Oh.
I'm already going
wow.
through bullshit with the women already. You're going to have the stripper come over there and my life up even some more?
Wow. Okay, the plot thickens, I guess. Jeez, I thought you were going to be there too.
You an imbecile. That's what you are. You a moron. I'm not going to the party. I'm coming to see you. That's where I'm going. All right? Where are you at?
Well, you know what? Yes, come down, see me, and I will give you a 5% coupon for your next rental from us because this is bad.
You know, keep laughing. Keep laughing. You're going to need a 5% coupon to get my foot out your That's what you're going to need. You think it's a joke to send strippers to a little 6-year-old birthday party? Yeah? You idiot. You're a moron.
Well, I don't think that's a joke, but I do think this phone call is a joke because it's a prank phone call.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, man?
This is actually Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning doing a phone tap on you. Your friend John set you up.
What?
It's a joke. He told us that you were in charge of the entertainment for your kid's party today, and he wanted to freak you out.
He starts yelling about how he's going to get fired, freaking out at work. Can't play the music here, but look at this family. She was pregnant for 20 years, this white woman, and she's beautiful. It's just one kid, one beautiful white child after the other. Look at this. Pregnant for 20 years straight. But I thought that ruined your life. Well, I don't know. She looks dynamite to me. This woman looks dynamite. Pregnant for 20 years straight. And produce some beautiful children. My goodness. Beautiful kids. But the anti-whites, especially in the feminist vein of anti-whitism, they told you white women, oh, no. Having children will destroy your beauty. It'll destroy your youth. Give it up for that white family. I might be mean, but I have a good heart. Like when I tell someone to go to hell, I still hope they arrive there safely. Oh, when you're trying to sell a triplex, you're a real estate agent, and you are in Cleveland. That's been heavily white erased. The guy's out on this beautiful, look at this. When this was built by white people and white people lived there and the town was 100% white when they built it, look at this. When Cleveland was 100% white. Look at this. Well, he's in the middle of making the video for his sale. And he's like, you know what? It's a triplex, but I really like a triplex. And he's trying to puff it up a little bit. And then something happens. He hears some black males yelling across the street.
meaning 3 apartments all under one roof, which I honestly prefer.
What happens next? Oh my God.
Police.
This might undermine the listing, my brother. It might really undermine the listing. The neighborhood's been white erased. We don't live there anymore. It still might look beautiful. Look at that place. All the brick. That's stunning. Oh, give it up for this hero, this woman who's a total hero, tracking down this busted H-1B worker running a food truck.
I'm not apologizing to you for anything. You should apologize to me for scamming our system. A man here on an H-1B visa, supposed to be working some IT tech job, who is actually running a food truck company under his wife's name. The H-1B worker comes in, he brings his H-4 dependent, his wife. So the wife typically is getting authorization to work, opening up a bunch of businesses, and then the husband secretly runs them, even though it is illegal. H-1B visa workers are not allowed to work anywhere other than the place that is sponsoring them. Hey, Naveen. Hi, do you own this business?
No, my wife owns it.
Your wife owns it. Where's your wife?
She's at home.
She's at home? Well, what does she do for the business if you're working here and she's at home?
I'm not working here. I'm trying to help her set up something.
Well, I just watched you take someone's order.
I'm off my duty, so I cannot help my wife or what?
You're not supposed to work anywhere else.
I'm not working. Do you think I'm getting paid?
I just watched you work.
Do you think I'm getting paid?
I just watched you work. It is against H-1B rules for you to be working here.
I know it. I know my rules. I know my rights.
You post yourself as a business owner on the permit. Read it, Naveen. Read it. Applicant, Naveen Tumala.
Yes, I am.
Business name, Golconda Express. Business owner, Naveen Tumala. Right here. Your permit that you applied for shows you as the owner.
That's all.
It shows you as the business owner.
I helped her filling up the application. What's wrong in it?
What do you mean what's wrong with it?
My wife or what?
No, you can't. You can't be the business owner here on an H-1B visa. You're the one who's here. You're the one who's working, and you're signing permits as the business owner.
This is happening all over the West, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up. 07s for this woman who's a total hero. We got to keep it moving along here. RFK Jr. decides he's going to take on Alpha Gal.
One of the tick-borne disease besides Lyme that is of great concern to the American people, an increasing concern is Alpha Gal.
Give it up for the Trump administration yet again, because a different Republican administration, and absolutely not a Democrat administration, would not do anything about Alpha Gal syndrome that has increased over 10,000% in 10 years, according to the numbers I've looked at. That's the allergy that makes you allergic to meat, and you can get it by way of the black leg tick and the Lone Star tick. He says here that upwards of 50% of the population of Martha's Vineyard is now expected to be affected by Alpha Gal. He says we're working on medicines that can prevent Alpha Gal and have the promise of curing it. One of those medicines is almost ready. We're fast tracking it. This is because of Donald Trump putting this badass RFK in charge, fast tracking this. Millions of people. They say at least 500,000. But the estimates now are up to millions across the United States already affected by Alpha Gal. No other administration would do this. So tell me again, people like Nick Fuentes telling you to undermine the Trump administration. That little shit should be locked in his basement until he shrivels up like a prune and would be about 3/4 of the size he already is. You have the great Franklinator is here. He said Fuentes is framing being a true right-winger as hating all Jews. What a piece of shit that guy is. Absolutely steering us into oblivion. We want more of the Trump administration. We want more of instantaneous action on things like this. If you get bitten by one of those ticks, you are done for meat and all meat-related products. God bless RFK, Donald Trump, and the Trump administration. We got to keep it rolling. Hey, how about this? In the UK, their national health system, the NHS appointments continue to be canceled regularly in the NHS. You can't see a doc. We know, we all hear the stories. We hear from the actual people. And here is a TikTok video that some of their nurses made to mock the white patients who ask for white nurses. When a patient asks for a white nurse, but we're the only nurses on. Isn't that funny? You can blame Nick Fuentes. You can blame all the taboo grifters. You can blame all the schmucks, all the anti-non-whites, because they've been implementing that strategy provided them by anti-whites for generations. And now, you look at this and you might say, I'm healthy today. These people are going to be the ones that are putting your new IV in, wiping your white ass. These are the people who are going to laugh at you when you ask for one of your own people to help you out. These are the ones. And by the way, when you do get one of your own white people to come in the room to help you or to help a loved one, those white people are not going to be the kind that you want helping you. How many videos do we watch of white people, white nurses, white anesthesiologists, white doctors talking about kill Donald Trump? How many times? You want that person working on you? Let's keep moving.
Does height matter in a guy?
Yes.
This is the hypocrisy of white females exposed. This guy's asking, does height matter? And they both say, absolutely yes.
If he's not 6'4" above, he's not it.
So you're judging guys based on something they can't change, though?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right, but I judge based on unnatural beauty. I see you guys got a lot of makeup on, so let's see what you look like without the makeup.
That's disgusting. Height is equal to makeup?
No, it's actually not. That's the point, because you guys can change how much makeup. I can't change my height. So you're judging based.
Yeah.
It's tough, right?
Yeah.
So just take back height matter.
No, I stand on it.
Then take the makeup off.
No, because I'm going to the next bar. I can't.
So you don't look good without makeup, is what you're saying?
I do, but not as good.
All these girls.
No, they look like rovers. They are like, this is a total mid-4 rover who paints her face up and then goes out totally faked up. But they demand that a guy be tall. They demand that the guy have a pretty face. They demand all of these things that are natural that you can't do anything about. All that, but they're faked up. That's the reality of it. Let's keep it moving. Frisco, Texas resident says the city is about to have a march against white people. Let's see what this guy has to say.
It is getting insanely dangerous around Frisco, Texas, y'all. The next city council is on June 2nd here. And at 5 o'clock on that day, they're going to have a rally against the rednecks, which I don't know how many rednecks are left in the Frisco area, probably like 5 or 6. So basically, it's a march against the white man is what they're going to have.
So they literally have a march against rednecks. Arab, anti-white, Arab Muslims are going to have a march against the rednecks, and there almost are no rednecks in Frisco, according to this guy. According to the whole, check it out for yourself to make sure this is happening. So he does the obvious deduction that it means that it's a march against white people. And finally, we have this, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to get out of your seats and applaud to the heavens. Allah. These are British students being exposed to Islam and being compelled to pray and to face Mecca. But one little champion. Give it up for this champion right here, ladies and gentlemen. I want the raucous emojis to explode in the live chat.
I seriously believe that little boy felt the Holy Spirit in his heart.
You know what he felt, honey? He felt the biospirit of the West. That's what he felt. And let's rock.
Our wings chained by noisome creeds, life in the dirt, pecking poison feed with all the flightless birds and white zombies, envious and wrath, spreading meme power. pathogens, they're every word a cough. Psychological warfare from cradle to grave. Generations corrupted, they raised us to be slaves. Confused, pacing in circles, minds broken and diseased. No more living like caged gerbils. It's time to go free. We are the revenants, we will not be forgotten. Anti-white pestilence has left our minds and bodies rotten, but they will never snuff out the fire in our chests. Fight to survive, try our best. The sun will rise in the west. Any love for Westernkind, any whites call hate. They smother and deny us our desire to create. No jobs, no college, no family, no life, no order, no safety, because we were born white, demonized and degraded by everyone in sight, vilified, always portrayed in a negative light. Any whites mock and taunt as white erasure draws near. When you have nothing to lose, you have nothing to fear. We are the remnants, we will not be forgotten. Any white pestilence has left our minds and bodies rotten, but they will never snuff out the fire in our chests. Fight to survive, try our best. The sun will rise in the west. They won't leave us alone until we're cold as a bone. For grievances never committed, we are told to atone. Peoplehood will be our vengeance, white well-being our objective. Individualism is suicide in a world of collectives. Dilapidated wrecks, our cities in shambles, convoluted pretexts. The idiots ramble, victimization justified, dispossession divine in the sick minds of anti-whites. Killing whites is sublime, our success an immorality, a sin to provide. Our presence an offense, our existence a crime. Going free with persistence turns indifference to drive. Resistance, free your mind, beat your wings and seize the sky. Anti-white pestilence has left our minds and bodies rotten, but they will never snuff out the fire in our chests. Fight to survive, try our best. The sun will rise in the west.
Oh my God, I love that. Ivan Zihagaba, ladies and gentlemen. Show that man some love. The Reverends, what a great song. It plays often on White Wellbeing Radio, which you can find at the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. Lambda says he was talking about South Africa, and his sister's fiance said that we, the white race, kind of deserve all of the victimization. Yes, try the Go Free lexicon on him. That's a despicable thing, 100% predictable. We discuss it here all the time. Thank you for sharing that. That is a consequence of the anti-white narrative. Magatak is with us. Hello and welcome. And yes, if Rooster, you got something you want to share, tag me as @symbol, no white guilt, no spaces, nothing touching it. Anglo-Saxon NWG is in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to these perspicacious comments so we can get back to our news items here. The Downfall writes, I'm late to watching this video, but this was really good. Fuentes is a problem. He's smart and he speaks well, but he's extremely out of touch. I can't believe how much money his followers donate to him. And he's telling his supporters to vote Democrat, which is the worst thing that they could do. The Republicans are weak and they aren't united, but they are so much better than the anti-white Democrats. If the Democrats ever regain power, it will be worse than ever. So very true. I can't believe how much money there is in blaming the Jews. Nick isn't interested in whites becoming a people and uniting at the top. If whites united, we would be unstoppable. Even Candace Owens is nothing but a grifter now. I used to like her when she was speaking the truth about BLM. I had a lot of respect for what she was doing. Now she's making millions of dollars attacking Erica Kirk and Tucker. And Tucker thinks white people having an identity is a bad thing, even though he fully understands the attacks on whites. He always says whites becoming a people is not the answer. The Downfall. My brother, you have arrived in the white place. We are the special warfare operators here in service to white well-being. Give it up for The Downfall. Suzuki Jim says, I clicked on the book link. I thought it was the Jason Reza Giorgiani book about Prometheus, which I've been meaning to read. I'm new to your channel and will check you out further. You make some good points about how to proceed. Don't get duped by false friends, etc. We need real answers, says Suzuki Jim. God bless you for that. He was talking about Prometheus Rising. Take back your destiny. Odin Sire here today writes this in Perspicacious Comments. Why would you call yourself Chud the Builder? Chud stands for Cannibal Humanoid Underground Dweller. The whole thing smells like shit. Is this real? Give it up for Odin Sire. Yes, brother. Deep Web writes this. Can't help but love this channel. Give it up for Deep Web. Thank you so much for that, brother. Everybody of any sense that deserves to be in the special warfare operators are here and they love it. Anime writes this. I always knew that Chud's behavior was bad for us from the start. I still think it's worth tweeting about it, even if it's deboosted, so people at least have the opportunity to retweet it. Never mind, found your Twitter. Great points, he says. Thank you, brother. Wanted people to retweet my tweet about Chud, and he says, hey, even if you're deboosted, we should still retweet this. Let's see. Andre Engels says this, trying my best not to laugh to death every time I hear Jason say, Chud the Black Pegged, dead straight into the camera. Such a brilliant sense of humor. Let's hear it for Andre, ladies and gentlemen, in the Perspicacious Comments this week. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Let's see. Desert Viking had this back and forth with me. He said, I hope this lawsuit helps cut some unconstitutional laws. He's talking about the lawsuit against the Return to the Land, Eric Orwell. He says, I hope this lawsuit helps cut some unconstitutional laws out and helps us get our country back. I write back to him. We won't get our country back by creating whites-only communities that end up embroiled in lawsuits and targeted harassments of various types of the residents. Laws, codes, and the like will not reliably serve us until or unless we change the social morality. He writes back, I'm not advocating for RTL. The lawsuits they and others are facing could help bring down some unconstitutional laws currently in place that are hurting white Americans. As for social morality, we would have to eliminate Protestantism. What? Non sequitur. There is too much individual interpretation of what is moral, though the founders had the same issue. What must happen is that whites that are awake must unify which will require an existential threat. Oh, is that what requires it? To normal life. History shows, does it, that some form of tyranny may be necessary? Man, this is so destructive, Desert Viking. When it gets bad enough, he says, we will know. Oh, maybe you're not in Paris or Detroit or Rhodesia or South Africa, where your whole family gets raped, tortured in front of you, and then you all are killed. Is that not bad enough? No, it's not bad enough. I write back, final comment. I like your screen name, but I'm afraid I disagree with your observations. The social morality of the West is the anti-white immoral imperative, which is a product of the anti-white narrative in which we live. The Go Free dialogic was and continues to be crafted to undermine and supplant the anti-white immoral imperative, and we have hundreds of testimonials of it working in a wide variety of contexts. Moreover, it is crafted to create a people out of our deracinated race, which we will need to recapture our destiny. On that point, we agree. As such, we disagree on how we get to that peoplehood, because we can look across the West and see numerous examples of things getting far worse without engendering peoplehood. Worse is only worse if people do not have the concepts with which to think to free themselves. Let's give it up for me. On the Perspicacious Comments this week, ladies and gentlemen, we have Cupster here, back and forth with me. Cupster says, Lily Gaddis is based. She's doing great things. More than most people. I'm shocked you would call her a skank. I write back, she's a taboo grifter. I'm shocked you can't see that. Stick around, and if your goal is white well-being, you'll be empowered. If your goal is to badmouth non-whites, this isn't the place for you. Cupster writes back, so let me get this straight. You always know that you're talking to a real winner when they start off with that. That means I'm about to misrepresent you. Let me get this straight. On your YouTube channel, you can badmouth whites, but not non-whites. So I write back, that's still bent. It's not straight, my dear Cupster. We don't slander anyone on the basis of their birth, including whites. We make fun of everyone for the lulz. We critique anti-whites, taboo grifters, etc. As our objective is white well-being, we harshly critique those who false flag that objective. Taboo grifters, such as Lily Gaddis, poke the taboo of race, among other taboos, to get clicks and all that comes therefrom. As a result, such taboo grifters draw attention away from productive white positive activism. If you stick around, you will see the stark difference. Mocking blacks, for example, does not improve the lives of whites. It does not end our victimization. But the Go Free practice does. Let's hear it from me in the Perspicacious Comments. And we are almost done, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Westman in the Perspicacious Comments. The Westman writes this. At 3531, a while back, when you showed us selfish white people wasting money on a horse, I never thought I could have so much disdain for a white person buying a horse. Now you show me this white selfish individual boasting about their bedrooms. Meanwhile, good white people are being destroyed. And seeing that hurts so much. This is why I'm so dedicated to volunteering my time to the Foundation for White Well-Being. I may never get to enjoy the fruits of our work, but I could never stand by, no matter how low life drags me, while good white people are suffering from this anti-whiteism, being slandered 24/7, 365 by the anti-white narrative. All for white well-being. White well-being is unstoppable. The day will come when being selfishly individualistic as a white person will be ruinous and not even considered an option as a behavior. Thanks, Jason. Big salutes to the Westman, ladies and gentlemen, in the Perspicacious Comments. And finally, we have this in the Perspicacious Comments. It is Meanwhile. Meanwhile writes this. You should get back on Mark Collett's show. PWR has not been the same since you left. Loved the explosive rants against anti-whiteism. Let's hear it for Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen. And that is the Perspicacious Comments today. Yes, indeed. Well, meanwhile, there was a huge divorce because I wouldn't condemn Jewish people on the basis of their birth. I would only condemn all anti-whites on the basis of their anti-whitism, even Jewish anti-whites. And that wasn't good enough. So we had a big divorce. Didn't we? Do you all remember this? Lambda said, reach out to the foundation, asking about volunteering for the foundation. The Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. Fornol is in the house. The great Fornol. Great to see you, champion. Herman the Tosser is here. Yes, there was a big divorce, as you all know, and that ended that relationship. And unless he becomes white positive, there'll be zero communication. The anti-non-white stuff, not going to happen. What was the divorce song? What was the song? I think we did. Oh, gosh. What was the divorce song that we used to sing about that? Oh, man, I can't remember which one it was. It wasn't the 6 short months one. It was another divorce song. Does anybody remember the song we used to sing about that? 6 short months we went together, decided it should be forever. 2 paychecks are better than 1, a diamond ring. It was done. Bought her house like I said I would in a subdivided neighborhood. The fuse got short and the nights got long. It was over long gone before I knew what I was headed to. I'm going through the big D and don't mean Dallas. I can't believe what the judge had to tell us. I got the Jeep, she got the palace. I'm going through the big D and don't mean Dallas. No, it was a Hank Williams Jr. song, wasn't it? Wasn't it a family something? Hank Williams Jr. song? Country music singers have always been a real close family. How's the rest of it go? But lately, some of my kinfolk have disowned a few others and me. I guess that's because I kinda kept my direction. Lord, I guess I went and broke their family tradition. They get on me, want to know, Hank, why do you drink? Hank, why do you roll smoke? Why must you live out the songs that you wrote? Stop and think it over. Put yourself in my position. If I get stoned and sing all night long, it's a family tradition. Sing it, Hank! Well, Stephen Colbert is no longer on the air.
Well, Stephen Colbert has been fired. Last night was the final episode of his show, Late Night with Stephen Colbert, which he took over from David Letterman back in 2015, and then drove it so far into the ground that instead of just firing him, CBS canceled the entire show because it was losing $40 to $50 million a year. So even if Stephen Colbert volunteered for the show, he was making about $15 million a year, it still would have been a major financial loss. So it's gone. Those suffering from severe Trump derangement syndrome are blaming, of course, President Trump. And I guess indirectly, it is his fault because Stephen Colbert and the entire show came down with Trump derangement syndrome. And instead of doing jokes, he did anti-Trump editorials every single night. But that
so you can thank Donald Trump and his administration.
Doesn't stop the liberal lunatics from literally believing that somehow President Trump must have secretly pulled some strings to get the show taken off the air because they're that dumb that they don't understand that a network can't continue to lose $40 to $50 million a year on a show like this professor of communication studies at Northwestern University, who says that the legacy of his show needs to be that we remember it was the show that was canceled because a presidential administration wanted it off the air, said Heather Hendershot, Jimmy Kimmel says that those who pushed out Stephen Colbert should be ashamed, as he claimed on Wednesday night on his show that he was going to go dark out of respect for Stephen Colbert, not air a show at all. But that, of course, was a lie because he just wanted an extended Memorial Day weekend vacation. Jimmy Kimmel doesn't air a show on Friday. They always just air a rerun from earlier in the week or from a previous week. And instead of the network going black, total blackout on ABC, or even just having some kind of a show or some movie that they were airing or special or some unrelated show, they just aired another rerun of a previously aired episode of Jimmy Kimmel yesterday. Here he is when he still had a soul 20 years ago, 18 years ago, sitting down with David Letterman and admitting that he was very surprised how much he had to lie once he signed on the dotted line to get a major show on one of the big networks.
People think it's easy. Oh, you only work an hour a day or so, but it's not easy.
No, it's terrible.
Yeah.
It's really terrible.
Have you learned anything about being a TV show host?
Not really.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I will, I was here right before the show.
Let's talk about Colbert, because this is the thing that's really relevant. And a lot of cucks out there get this wrong. It's the big secret, isn't it? It's a big secret. You all get to know what it is. You may have already figured it out. What's the big secret of Stephen Colbert and his show? What's the big secret? Does anybody know? The great Slaughtz is with us and the great Dallas Malloy. Wonderful to see you both over there on Premium Rumble. Remember tagging me as @symbol, no white guilt. They are all anti-white. And they are all losing money. And they've been losing money for many, many years. 07s to Fonola. I wonder if we should be more aggressive against the taboo grifters. We've had great success spreading the lexicon, but can we expose and diminish Fuentes and the rest? Well, I think more importantly, yes, take them down when you have a confrontation about a taboo grifter. Absolutely. But more importantly, we've got to reach the people who consider themselves conservatives and are not as cucked as the leadership and content creators. There is a massive percentage of the white conservative population around planet Earth, all Western countries, that are ready, willing, and able to take up the lexicon. We have to reach those people. We have to reach them. And by them using the lexicon and dialectics of go free, that will compel the taboo grifters, that will compel people like Benny Johnson and so many others, and we'll be taking another look at a little bit of a video of his coming up in a moment, that will compel them to use these concepts, legitimizing them and spreading them even further. It is by way of that conservative white population in their hundreds of millions that our destiny will be delivered to us, simply by them using these concepts. So what do we learn? And thank you very much for the question, brother. We should always call them out, the taboo grifters, and dismiss them for the trash that they are, and point out specifically that they are taboo grifting. They give you taboo takes in order to engender clicks, and all that clicks result in, for them, money, a popularity, aggrandizement, sex, etc. That's all that matters. And they'll bounce around from one taboo to the other. Make sure you say that in your conversations with the audiences that think that something's being done. We just read from Cupster thinking that Lily Gaddis was achieving something. Imagine that. Imagine how duped you have to be to think that somebody insulting blacks or insulting Jews as their taboo that they poke is somehow doing something for you. And then you're giving money to them. Either you personally are a pay cuck, or being in the seat makes them more money. Being in the seat makes them money by way of advertisers. Being in the seat makes them more money by way of shadowy individuals behind the scenes and their agendas that are being served by people like Lily Gaddis. We need folks to realize that they're not achieving or doing anything for us. But what's actually happening here with this Colbert? Does anybody know? Does anybody have it? Well, I'll go ahead and ask the question as we hit the top of the hour, and you will have the answer. To the anti-white world, to the businesses, to the national, to the mom and pop, to the international, to the media, to the movie makers, to the late night comedians, to whatever it is. Is it, my conservative brothers and sisters, listen closely, is it profit or ideology? What's more important? The conservatives, of course, will tell you, because they're handlers, they're content creators and organization leaders, going all the way back to 1950 when Buckley created the ever-losing, lost every single day, will tell you it's all about the money. They do what makes them money. And that's not even, we can get into the relevance of that. We can get into the weeds about that, because there's a big subject there that I've broken down for my conservative brothers and sisters in the past as well. They were losing $40 to $50 million a year to share the anti-white ideology. Is it profit, cucks, or is it the anti-white ideology? We have watched, just in the past 10 years, but certainly since I have been an advocate for white well-being, Victoria's Secret take the company to the red zone again and again with anti-whiteism, only to pull back before they completely have to shutter the business, before they go out of business. And then it's back again with the ideology. Is it the ideology or is it the dollars? The human animal is biologically created to serve ideology, religion. There is instinct in us to find ideology / religion to be physically relevant and important. There is no biological part of our being that prizes income, that prizes dollars, that prizes that abstraction. So they will always and ever put ideology ahead of income. They will always, and they're based, understanding the human animal, you understand before you even take a look into society, that they are always going to put the ideology, the social morality of the West, ahead of the profit. So, cucks, it's not about, Budweiser lost nothing with Bud Light. They've turned around, and now they have some beautiful white woman in a bikini, and people are buying Bud Light again, and they'll be back to radical anti-whiteism before you can snap your fingers. It'll be this girl or the next one will be pictured maybe on a Harley, on a motorcycle of some sort with a non-white male. And it's going to be the beautiful white. The anti-whiteism is going to go nowhere. They were pushing $40 to $50 million in the trash yearly to promulgate anti-whiteism. It's all about the ideology. Now, of course, to go a little further, what is this about the profitability? Well, Jason, you see, they're just doing something that's profitable. Well, then let me ask you this. Why is anti-whiteism profitable? Why is being anti-white profitable? Shouldn't you ask that question and then endeavor to find answers? Because of the anti-white narrative. And the anti-white narrative's anti-white immoral imperative that is the social morality of the West. So if everything that you say, cuck, has just been cut out from underneath of you, every argument you make has just been cut out from all of this. It's all about the God economy, has just been cut out from underneath of you. Every business will go to one step. They'll have brinkmanship with their customers, heading one step into financial ruin for the anti-white ideology. Every company will do it before they pull back at the last minute. If it were true that profit mattered most, then they would be giving the white population, imagine a generation back. Imagine 2 generations back. All the money that could be made. Look at all the money that more wholesome movies like Home Alone made that had less anti-whiteism. If it were about making dollars, they would be appealing to the white majority, wouldn't they? They would be giving us more and more of what we want, which is more and more wholesome, more and more Christian, more and more in tune with our values and our norms. They would make tons of money and spend far less making those films, far less in trying to promote and goad you into watching the TV shows and the movies and restricting those other entities that would like to deliver entertainment to you that's more in keeping with your norms. There are plenty of media makers, there are plenty of businesses owners out there that don't care about white positivity, but they're new, they're upcoming, they're young, their companies are virile, they're looking out at the world and they're saying, what does my customer base want? And then they try to give that customer base, the white population, what they want. And anti-whites burn it down every time. Isn't that fascinating? So everywhere you turn with this argument about it's all about the dollars, don't look at it being about victimizing the white race. Has just been undermined cucks. You have got to come over to white positivity. All you have to do is use some or many or all of our concepts. And they're all moral. What is immoral is refusing to defend our people as a group. That is the only thing that is immoral. Every non-white group out there has members of their race and organizations, big organizations, percentages of their race that will stand up for the well-being of their people. And you laud this, you celebrate it. But when white people do it, you scurry like rats. Ignominious rats. There's nothing more despicable and contemptible than a cuck-servative white person. Take up the lexicon. You don't need to see any more, do you? The only thing that matters is the ideology, not the dollars. Let's check out what Benny has to say about this.
Home, wherever you live, hopefully you like your home. If something good happened to you, like you won the lottery or your team won the Super Bowl, presumably you wouldn't burn your house to ashes in celebration. That doesn't make any sense. You'd be hurting yourself. And if you did do that, what does that say about what you think about where you live? Why is the Eiffel Tower on fire is the next logical question, because a soccer team from Paris, a football match, a soccer match, and then the residents of Paris, I'm not going to call them French people because they're not, they're third world invaders, decided to set the entire city ablaze. Paris is right now in ashes. You can see the Eiffel Tower encased in smoke because Paris Saint-Germain beat Arsenal, that's an English football league, in a shootout.
So we have a problem in the West. Anti-whiteism is that problem. I want you to keep that in mind. As Benny Johnson, who's like right on the edge, he's used some of our concepts, but he's firmly seated in the conservative sphere. He's right on the edge. Keep it in mind when he talks here.
Okay. I don't see any French people on this team. That's fine. Well, I guess, whatever, just the way that Europe goes. But this is Paris Saint-Germain. Got it.
White erasure. White people not on the team.
It's a football club. Good for you. I guess they won. Don't care. What I do care about is Western civilization, and Western civilization is gone. It's collapsed. The people who built Paris, that made it.
Now, what about the argument we heard? Once it gets bad enough, we'll become a people. Paris is gone.
The greatest city on earth are gone, and they would be churning in their graves if they were to see how the ruins of their once great city look now that it has been conquered. The Nazis couldn't conquer it. Multiple other couldn't conquer it and hold it. Multiple other conquests, obviously, attempting to seize and take Paris. They withstood world wars and sieges and wars throughout thousands of years. Everyone's always tried to conquer Paris. But one generation of criminal alien migration and third world migration, and Paris is finished. Marie Le Pen
So he's talking about the wars that did not conquer our people. And here we sit conquered. What is he missing? There was a war and we lost. There was a war at the dinner table. There was a war at the lathe. Do you see how sophisticated anti-whiteism has ended up operating? Because of our instinct, this selfish individualism. The only way the white race could be defeated, I really want you to imbibe this. The only way we could be defeated is by not being able to see the war that was lost. We couldn't fight it because we couldn't see it. Go Free enables you to see the war. Now, it's not just the anti-white, non-white terrorists that are in Paris, in France, that are destroying France and using this victory as an excuse to destroy, to white erase everything, obviously. But before we saw anti-white terrorists from other places around the world in the West destroying our countries and using the excuse of, well, it's a soccer win here, it's something else, some other reason there, whatever it is, we had the hooliganism where you saw it all the time in the UK. They would go out and destroy towns, destroy parts of London over soccer games. That's anti-whiteism too. Robbing our people of purpose, robbing our people of identity. And then what's left without a knowledge of who and what we are? The ever lust to fill that giant emptiness inside each and every one of us with something new, something novel, something radical that always has to be ratcheted up because it never fills that void. Only servitude to our spirit that created us can fill that void. Look at these two truths. And I'm going to leave you with this before we go to our very short break and then come back. We've got more news and so much more to talk about. Number one, before we saw anti-white terrorists destroying Paris with the pretext du jour, the pretext of the moment, a soccer victory, any reason to destroy the West, enabled by anti-whiteism, the white erasure of our norms, the white flighting of our people. That was enabled by the hooliganism that you saw. That was one manifestation of the enormous void of identity of a single people with many countries and many more ethnicities on planet Earth, engendered by the anti-whiteism in our societies. And the second point, maybe the one that is the 300 IQ. You cannot win a war. You can't even fight a war that you cannot see. Benny Johnson says over and over in this clip, all of these wars we fought and then we lost without even being in a war. He's wrong. We were in the midst of a war for our identity, for our well-being, for generation upon generation. And because we couldn't see it until right now, and so many still refuse to see it because we could not see it, we lost that war. And that's the exact same battlefield on which we take it all back. And with that, I'll be right back.
I want you all, I'm going to try to stay calm. I want you all to think about the torture that our babies are being subjected to by these anti-white bastards. That you have a little white girl who so hates herself. And ladies and gentlemen, if you hate your people, if you hate your people's history, you cannot but hate yourself. That is what the anti-whites are doing to us. You have a little white girl that she turns to her mother and asks her mother, begs her mother, am I going to have to be white until I die? Unpack that, ladies and gentlemen. What is that little girl saying? Am I always going to have to be a member of the race that owes and has to compensate and make amends and feel guilt and feel guilt? That is what's coming through this little girl's voice. God damn it, when will enough be enough for you? How much longer, mommy? How much longer do I have to be white? She is articulating what they all are feeling in silence, in their nightmares, in their beds, in their tears when no one else sees them cry. God damn, when is enough gonna be enough? How much torture is enough torture for our babies? When will you say enough is enough? Only a sick and broken and defective human being doesn't get angry as all hell when the vulnerable members of their community are being victimized. It is ameliorated when all the anti-whites get on a knee and beg for forgiveness. That is when we begin to think about, okay, things are finally going in the right direction. Not until then. We want to see their apologies. We want to see them prostrate on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Every single anti-white, you are going to join the sphere of white well-being. You are going to come to the heroes because you are going to hear the silver trumpets of the work we do here for white well-being. You are going to hear that clarion song, and not another one is going to look to mommy in fear and dread and angst. God damn it, when will enough be enough for you? Children! She is articulating what they all are feeling in silence when no one else sees them cry. How much torture is enough torture for our baby? When will you say enough is enough? How much longer, mommy? How much longer do I have to be white? Your whole life, little girl. Your whole life. She's gonna look to her mother and say, Mother, please tell me that all of my days are going to be filled with the beauty and the justice and the glory of being a wonderful white woman that produces a wonderful white family and a glorious future. That will be the white babies that we will make and that will recapture our destiny.
I think there is a definite anti-white feeling going on in this country, and that can't be allowed.
It definitely cannot be allowed. He figured it all out. Nothing can stop us now. We will fight until we defeat the darkest evil of our time. And it has to be crushed.
It's time to go free, brother.
The white race will be a people again.
Make sure that you are ready to celebrate our swashbuckling announcements. Then we'll be getting back to our news items and all of your comments and questions. Making sure you tag me as @no white guilt. The crowd is already cheering. Let's make it happen. Here we are. Thus spoke Zarathustra, and those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. Friedrich Nietzsche. Big salutes. Let's hear it right now for Stop by Antiwhitism, creating that completely epic video. How totally cool. Stop by Antiwhitism. Quadruple 07s, raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the man. Wes says, I posted that video to Don Jr. Oh, he's going to love it. I can't wait to hear. Let's do this. Let's give it up. This is Anglo-Saxon NWG under another name. Let's give it up for that swashbuckling champion. They're restricting his activities on Instagram because of his effectiveness. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whitism? 871, almost 1,000 likes for that. Let's give it up for the swashbuckling commander, special warfare operator. Let's keep it going. Here he is again. Who else is fed up with anti-white violence? 1,294 people giving a like to that. on Instagram. Let's give it up for Anglo-Saxon and WG, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep it going. Anglo-Saxon and WG, 3,202 people giving a like to this statement. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whitism? Big salutes to Anglo-Saxon and WG, ladies and gentlemen. We've got this coming up, if you can freaking believe it. We've got that coming up. Take a look at this one. The New York Times. Remember they told me how many times you can't make them use our concepts? Breaking news, writes the New York Times. Louisiana erased? Oh, did they erase? Oh, they erased. That's an inversion of our white erasure. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, to the OT and all the special warfare operators for changing the world and how it works. They erased the majority black congressional district. Let's keep it going. Oh, we got this one coming up. And we got that one coming up. Oh, my goodness, we got that one. And even this one. And even that one. That's something we did right there. We were talking about earlier. Definite anti-white feeling in the country that can't be allowed. Said by the one and only Donald Trump as a consequence of the work that we do here in service to white well-being. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a big thank you to West and Franklin and everybody assisting them to bring just a fraction of our victories each and every week to your attention for laudation. Make sure you're celebrating all the unknown soldiers who are out there in service to white well-being, and we don't get their victories or we miss their victories. We appreciate you all. These quadruple 07s, crowns and gems are for you. Let's give it up to the Franklinator and Justin, who showed up at the Donald Trump Jr. stream this week and swashed there, getting more and more of the lexicon into the audience of Donald Trump Jr., number one son of the great man there, Donald Trump. Well done to these two champions. Let's celebrate, and we're going to be taking a look at it as we celebrate moving through. So we'll come back around to Shannon Oliver. Made a song, actually a couple versions of it. I think one's a song, maybe one's just the audio. Let's give it up, Joe America. Let's give it up for Shannon Oliver. We'll see it in just a moment. Let's give a big thank you. Round of raucous emojis, 07s to the great Anglo-Saxon NWG, who this week made at least 2, maybe even 3 clips of yours truly. So when everybody's asking, where are the clips? And they're being made, and we've got very few people making them. But when they get made, why aren't they shared by everyone? So let's give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Big love to this champion. Let's keep it going to our victories. Let's hear it for our anti-whites of X here, 1,347, empowered with the lexical dialectical power here on an original post. Biospiritual of the West coming in there and support. Let's give it up for anti-whites of X. Fabulous job. Let's give it up for a name now is Lady of Shall Not. The Lady of Shall Not. 5,000 views on this post. The original author deleted his post. The Lady of Shall Not. Ladies and gentlemen, 5,000. Anti-whitism killed that young man, and many more of our people too. Love this meme. Quadruple 07s, raucous emo. There's Oliver, and this is the Amen, brother. This is the clip.
Clothe themselves in nothing noble as they talk endlessly about cuckery or schmuckery. I want you to listen to this working white man.
I am sick to effing death of paying for such bullshit.
This is almost 1,000 views in this original post by Shannon Oliver. Quadruple 07s, show the man, big love today. Magnificent audio right there of our previous stream. Let's keep it rolling. Biospiritual of the West coming in strong. 5,500 souls saved by the exposure. Look at the view. You got to come back and read this. Excellent meme right there. 5,500 souls saved in response to this Nancy, who is a garbage anti-white, and this in the audience of Breitbart News. Let's keep it going. Lazy P on the scoreboard, 3,296. You will not erase us. An epic meme. Look at that. Oh, my God. Give it up for Lazy B, ladies and gentlemen. Keep it going. Biospiritual of the West, OT leader back again 2,400 more lives saved by the exposure to the lexical and dialectical power of Go Free. This in the audience of Kevin Sorbo. Eventually, Kevin is going to get it, ladies and gentlemen, because of the work that we're doing here. Jay Bishop is on the scoreboard today, not once but twice, I think. 1,500. Look at this meme. White people need to understand what white erasure leads to. Big salutes, quadruple 07s for Jay Bishop getting on the board this week. Biospiritual of the West back again. 6,826 people exposed to Go Free with this epic meme and verbiage in the audience of Adonis. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Red, rocking it out of the park again. Over 3,000 people exposed to this beautiful meme in the audience of Christian Heinz. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Pine Purnell here from the wild, I think. It's not two-tier, it's anti-white. 4,000, so that's 5,000 views. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. Celebrate as we rock through the conservative alternative, ladies and gentlemen. Says here with 8,417 views, Marco Rubio quote, "We must deter the forces of civilizational erasure. That is a consequence of them being in our narrative, the white positive narrative, and changing white erasure to suit their service. Let's keep it going." Big salutes. Another victory of ours, and Biospiritual of the West is in there supporting the usage. Biospiritual of the West, OT leader back again. 5,000 more people exposed to the lexicon of Go Free. Beautifully done, beautiful meme in the audience of Elon Musk. When he comes over, you'll know why. It was Biospiritual of the West. He's back again. 4,000 more souls he collected this week for redemption. Look at this powerful. Coming in, introducing them to our concept, white labeling, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience of Matt Van Swole. Isn't that beautiful? So when Matt Van Swole starts using white labeling, you will know that it was Biospiritual of the West and others in this community. Dennis Malloy is on the board this week. 19,000 people. 19,000 people. I would expect nothing less from the vile anti-white occupied media. Look at that powerful, stark meme. 19,000 people empowered in the audience of End Wokeness. We are changing the way our victimization is discussed. Never, ever forget it. We did this. We continue doing it. 2,177 more this week. Liberated by Biospirit of the West. I said liberated. Let's hear some raucous emojis in response to Lost in Reality in the audience of Matt Walsh. Biospirit of the West, OT leader, back again. I said back again. 11.2 thousand more just this week liberated with the exposure to Go Free. This time in the audience of No Name. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. Raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen. Shannon Oliver, back now 7,412 views in his original post. Hear the same interaction made into a song titled Joe America.
I am sick to effing death, paying for such bullshit, and I'm sick to death of being lectured about inclusion. I have lived here all my life, the land of my folk who built this country. West man, we obey the law, that means everything to us. But I won't be saying what's on my mind in under 2 minutes. You can take your Robert's rules and stick them where the sun don't shine.
Let's give it up for Shannon Oliver. I retweeted this. You can find it obviously on his account, ladies and gentlemen. Joe America, quadruple 07's raucous emojis. Keep it going. Here's one of Anglo-Saxon's clips that he made this week. Only 305 views. Everyone should be retweeting this. Every single one of you should be following Anglo-Saxon NWG. Write it out right there. Every time he makes a clip, that's his time, that's his effort. He's not being paid. None of us are. Make sure you celebrate this hero of the West and all the disparate things he does for white well-being. and make sure you magnify his work for the love of God. This is not for people in the stands. This is not for observers. I demand of you sacrifice for white well-being. I demand of you to embrace the struggle. Get over there, follow this guy, and retweet this now. And this isn't the only one. Here's another one. Only 525 views. Anytime anybody asks, is there a clip? Jason's videos are too long. Jason can make love for too long. I mean, he makes videos for too long. Make sure you're over there retweeting. 7 retweets. Give me a break. @ Anglo-Saxon NWG. Follow him and retweet these. I'm not asking. Biospiritual of the West is back. Over 5,100 and climbing. I love the Stark meme here. Very powerful. Typical anti-white comedy writes. 5,100 plus people liberated by the West, Biospirit of the West. In response to William Weber in the audience of Christian Hines. Give it up for Biospirit. Joseph McDaniel, ladies and gentlemen. Another gentleman that is unstoppable and glorious as a special warfare operator. You'll never see the numbers here. Do you ever see the numbers of the regular army in the special forces? Never. But the special forces get the job done every single time. They do far more. The army comes later. The special warfare operators go first, and that's what you are. Justin McDaniel, one of the best of the special warfare operators. Nearly 2,000 liberated and climbing this week in the audience of Rupert Lowe, MP. Rupert, take up the lexicon. I'm not asking. Jay Bishop back again, ladies and gentlemen. Nearly 4,000 views with his original post in response to this officer _friend, it looks like. Quote, foreign workers means no white man hired. Give it up for Jay Bishop. Back on the board twice in 1 week, ladies and gentlemen. Quadruple 07s. Oh, a third time. A third time she's on the board this week. 1,516 views this time in response to the Jewish Chronicle. I'm sure a hit piece on Rupert Lowe. I love this meme. No place for anti-whiteism in Britain. Amen to that. Big salutes, Rogus emojis, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, we have Lozzie B. Down under. We are all over. We are in America. We are in the UK. We are in Norway. We're in Sweden. We're in Iceland. We're in France. We're in Germany. We're in Italy. We're in Poland, ladies and gentlemen. We are in Central and South American countries. We are in New Zealand. We are down under, rocking it out. We are in Canada. Lozzie B. Anti-whiteism is fatal. Little skull and crossbones. Brand new memeage right here. Looks like nearly 3,000. Look at this. For white well-being coming in support. Making sure to drive the point home. Stay on course. We are intolerant of every deviation. Let's give it up both for Lozzie B and for white well-being, ladies and gentlemen, who came in here to show the love, ladies and gentlemen, and to keep us on track for white well-being. Great work. Now let's get to some of these videos. Let's hear this one.
Danielle says, justice isn't blind, it's anti-white. Unfortunately, the law will be interpreted through the anti-white social morality to...
This is Justin McDaniel talking, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for Justin McDaniel and JF reading it.
...be used as a pretext for harming whites as usual. Absolutely. John Drake says, freedom of association is part of common law.
Justin McDaniel, well done. Let's keep this rocking.
To be viewed as an oddball philosopher. I don't really understand why he has amassed this great sense of fear amongst people. I interviewed him. I thought he was an interesting man. His tweets last week were incoherent and outrageous, and I think that they probably were representative of a broader anti-white philosophy that either I was not privy to or I was choosing to ignore. That being said, Cameron, can you answer this question? And can you also explain to us why he's this boogeyman, this international boogeyman. I remember like 10 years ago, Lauren Southern and Brittany Pettibone went to Russia to interview him. And the interview was like, most dangerous man in the world. And this was my introduction to Dugan. And I was like, this guy, like, most dangerous man in the world. And I
remember what we know here that apparently they don't know outside of our circles. The system is never going to tell you who and what is most dangerous to the system.
just never, and it made me want to talk to him because I don't find his
Made her want to talk to Dugan, the anti-white garbage, because she was told by the system.
philosophy is to be particularly, except for the anti-whitism, particularly insidious.
Yes! Both anti-white and anti-whitism by Rebecca.
So I don't know if you can shed some light, especially for the Americans that are like, what?
Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen.
A different vision walks the ancient halls. This is part of a systemic pattern of white erasure in Hollywood and TV.
Systemic white erasure. Remember when people told me no one would ever use that? Remember when they told me no one would ever use that? And now it's picked up and being used because of all of you, because of the House of Swash, because we are the special warfare operators, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep it going.
I'm not going to forget what the Southern Poverty Law Center got caught doing, creating fake racial hoaxes. I'm not going to forget that. I'm not going to forget the murder of Charlie Kirk. I'm not going to forget all the rhetoric the last 10 years against white people, all the anti-whitism. I'm not going to forget George Floyd.
Yes!
The fake George Floyd story and all the Black Lives Matter and Chaz and Summer of Love. I'm not going to forget all that. No, I don't think anyone should.
This is somebody.
The Democrats have to change. So.
This is somebody called Choking Fox. This video had 17,000 views. No idea. Remember, I told you everything I've told you has come to fruition, hasn't it? We can promulgate these concepts. They are a curative contagion. They will be picked up by everyone and used everywhere in places you could never imagine. This Choking Fox, 17,000. The Rebecca video had almost 10,000 views, hearing her say anti-white, anti-whitism. The JF video that we saw with Justin McDaniel with an excellently, perfectly timed, perfectly worded question statement, 1,500 views and climbing, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep it going because you're not going to believe we got another one. Is this William Eddy on location?
Expect people to at least have some shareability and to tell me what the issue is. I literally don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
Actually, this is the Hassan one, I think.
But here, look at this. Can you remind these folks that POC people need to differentiate themselves from black issues? The conflating of experiences non-black POC is a form of anti-black erasure.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. Somebody who absolutely hates the white race. So that the previous guy was actually William Eddy on location. Somebody who absolutely hates the white race. This is Hassan Piker. Remember, I told all of those losers in the so-called white sympathetic sphere, I can get them using our concepts in our story. No, you can't. You may not speak. Nothing you said will work. You were all fucking retarded in the clinical sense of the word because you could not see how far. So compared to me, you were retarded. Hassan Piker's, his entire audience endeavored vehemently to get me off of it, and I took my channel, the video down 3 times I did on where I destroyed him. And there he just said anti-black erasure. Celebrate, folks. You are in the right place. Hassan is thinking about what he's going to say next. Maybe nothing. He's chewing on his nails. The anti-black erasure, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, that's a disgusting habit. Get your thumb out of your mouth. And that's it for Hassan Piker, ladies and gentlemen. We've got, how many people saw that? Far more than we can count. There were 2,000 views, but it was originally viewed on Twitch. And this is Hassan Piker. So you could be talking about tens to hundreds of thousands of people who just heard and learned to use anti-black, black erasure. That is all power to white well-being. Give it up to our champions. We have, I believe this is Endeavor next.
That I didn't care about the truth, and I only cared about what was expedient for me politically. As a right-winger myself, I'll compare the political implications of the official story with the conspiracy theory. Under the official narrative, the murder of Charlie Kirk's, I'll compare the political implications of the official truth, and I only cared about what was expedient for me politically. As a right-winger myself, I'll compare the political implications of the official story with the conspiracy theory. Under the official narrative, the murder of Charlie Kirk serves as the greatest moral indictment against the anti-fascist left in our lifetimes. In the post-war era, the ideology of anti-fascism, which should more accurately be called anti-whitism, has been used to justify mass third world immigration, anti-white discrimination, civilizational demoralization, the transgender agenda, and more. All of this was possible because the post-war narrative established this set of beliefs as morally just.
I cannot tell you how I'm absolutely floating on cloud nine when you have people talking about like the Marxist system, the communist system, and regularly now they're saying things which is more accurately described as anti-whitism. Never forget, how many people said no one would ever use anti-whitism, including Mark Collett. And now you have people who would never know, never meet, never entertain, saying more accurately described as anti-whitism. Let's give it up for our champions, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, one more. It's Deborah Dev back again.
Chat from our boy Mike again. He says, thank you, Deb, for calling out anti-whitism. Yeah, absolutely. I will always call that out, my man. I will always call that out. Hopefully more people can wake up, and I think we'll have a better world if they do.
Yes.
But to keep back on track here, I want to get back to this guy's video because I think he's talking about the parasite.
Understand that this guy just said he will always call out anti-whitism. Let's hear it for Dapper Deb. And every one of these people, even Hassan Piker, celebrate Hassan Piker for using the inversion of our concepts, which puts him squarely in the white positive narrative, ladies and gentlemen. And we will be right back.
Lightning has struck, and this community is a self-moving machine that can never be stopped now. Never be stopped. It's fulfilled. The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again.
Like in the mouth, when you say my name, you feed on fear. Like it's all a game, I wear my scars. Like a chain of fire, every wound you made just built me higher. And I know the shape of coming storm. I heard your steps in the walls and the floor. You can circle slow, you can take pretend. I don't break easy, I just bend. Nemesis, take your shot. Nemesis, I'm not lost. Nemesis, feel me right.
All right, let's continue to rock out on this glorious Church of the West. How many victories is that? Holy, let's continue the celebration. Let's right now go ahead and celebrate Dude Bro Moment. I don't even have to look. I know the guy has financially gifted or will financially gift $50 to the work we do here. God bless you for that gift, my brother. God bless you. That is the one and only Dude a Bro a Moment, who will write for White Wellbeing with those $50. Show the man some love. Show him some big love, ladies and gentlemen. Show the man some love. There he is. He's already there. Keep it going for Corey. Corey, double shift Corey, who participates and financially gifts between shifts. That's how dedicated this man of the West is. And shame on all the wealthy white people out there. Shame on you for living the opulent lives that you are living and doing nothing for our people. You've got working class people out here day after day fighting for our folk, and you are living it up, buying horses, buying cars, buying mansions and castles. You're not doing anything. Give it up for Corey. $50 from Double Shift Corey. Big salutes. 07's Raucous emojis. He writes, go free or get out of the way. I love that one. Go free or get out of the way. God bless you, champion. Keep it going for First Last, ladies and gentlemen. Raucous emojis. 007's $30 financial gift today. And he writes with those $30, Derek's Diapers. You'll have to tag me and let me know what that one's about. Big salutes, 07s. What a champion. Great to see you, good sir. We'll spin it around here. See if we have any more to Raucous emojis. I don't see, but we have a piece of mail in the thaumatological mailbag. The thaumatological mailbag that might deserve some Raucous emojis and quadruple 07s. I mean, crowns and gems. Crowns and gems. We have Anonymous, and you recognize the lovely card. Anonymous sends, God bless you, dear lady, and in her perfect cursive handwriting, there are strategies to reverse the tide of destruction within Western civilization, as it is often labeled, knowing full well they mean white people. The Go Free strategy is the only one that acknowledges race, our people, acknowledges the races of all people and the well-being of all people, including, she writes, the white race. Take care, she says. Anonymous, ladies and gentlemen, salute Anonymous and her $200 financial gift. $200 out of your seats, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, Anonymous. Thank you so much. We'll put that right up over here. See if we can make it visible. $200. Thank you so very much. Big salutes to this dear woman of the West. And thank you all for celebrating these heroes. That's what it takes. We are all a single team, and we come together as a single team to recapture our destiny. All champions. Big love to Ivan, who's always leading the way. Ivan the Horrible. We have another financial gift from Yiz the Unifier. Financially gift $5. She walks into the House of Swash with $5, and she says, weekly folk tithe for White Wellbeing. Thank you, Yiz, and good to see you. We have Weldon, $5 as he enters the House of Swash, and he writes, God bless. Well, God bless you, champion, and great to see you, Weldon. I don't see anybody else over there. Let's turn around over here, and we have Slaughtz on a premium Rumble, financially gifting $1. Thank you, the great Slaughtz. Walking into the House of Swash. He says the white baby boom is because of lifting anti-whiteism. So the anti-whiteism, addressing it, is initiating this positivity in white people, and they think there'll be a future for us, so they'll have babies. He's absolutely right. Anti-whites will say it's because of the suppression of non-whites. No. Only anti-whites taught non-white means anti-white. Depress their reproduction. Absolutely perfectly worded. Another champion of the House of Swash, ladies and gentlemen, the great Slaughtz. Thank you for that, brother. Big hello to everybody. Make sure you tag me as @no wine guilt, nothing touching it. no spaces, and it'll light up for me. And we have Wing and Production over here on Odyssey tagging me. A family member bought a white erased book for a 6-year-old white girl's birthday. I addressed it in a sensitive way, attempting go free. I mentioned children are sensitive representations. Apparently, I failed because I was mud for a week. It was concluded to me that I was accused of being the R word. No, you didn't fail. You defeated them. That's why they got so furious. If they will have you back and they got angry, remember, never forget this. When people have the cognitive dissonance of being persuaded, dissonance of being persuaded, when they have this, they get angry. Sometimes they'll laugh. Sometimes they'll get very nervous. But you absolutely, if you used the strategies, you remained on the moral high ground, then you totally won the encounter. So don't worry about that at all. Well done, brother. Wing It Production. Big salute to you, champion. Land of the Fake has shown up just now with a $5 bill. Walking into the house of Slaughtz. Great to see you. He says with those $5, thank you for your expert field marshaling of the only defense against the war of anti-whiteism being waged on white people. Absolutely, and amen to you. Thank you for being here, brother. We will march shoulder to shoulder to the recapture of our destiny. Nothing can stop us. Everywhere we look, it's all playing out exactly as we articulated it would. Best friend of Jesus in the crowd, Celine, is here. Nameless one is here. Westman is here. Julian is in the house. Remember, tagging me as @ no white guilt. Hyperborean Dream is here. Wonderful to see you. Juliet says, as someone who discovered you close to 10 years ago, I agree you should have more followers. Well, yes. That's all I can say. Perhaps reach out to some of those content creators you just shared to be an honored guest on. I wish it would work that way. Thank you for the recommendation. I wish it would work that way. But people rarely want, and this is the reality of it. This is something I realized a long time ago. People need to find, especially content creators like are all over the internet. People generally want to find tools in the wild. They generally want to find that lost treasure that will empower them personally. And that's how the curative contagion is designed to work. That's why it's the 201 IQ resistance to the 200 IQ anti-white psychological terror warfare being inflicted on our people. So they need to feel like, oh, I found this thing and it works and I'm going to keep using it. If somebody shows up, I mean, you see how many people are just terribly insecure. They don't want to admit where they got it from. They'd rather stop using something that works for them and for our people than admit that it came from someplace else. That's the unfortunate reality, especially when it comes to content creation. So our victory, the promulgation of our work, is the victory of people across the board, content creators, people in our lives, using these concepts, not even knowing where they came from. That's the ultimate victory. And carrying that forward, ultimately, as people search the trail to find out where it all came from, they'll end up right here at the well, at the source. And the best will remain. The special warfare operators will remain here in service to white well-being. Never forget it. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, the fact that we're doing something. I mean, I could get on, as I demonstrated earlier in the quick news and laughs. A long time ago, I saw where the wind was blowing with content creation. A long time ago. And that is, you say the most outrageous thing. Back then, I hadn't named it taboo grifting. You say the most outrageous thing about any taboo, and people will see that and say, oh, based. Because why? It's providing them with a scapegoat. You are prosecuting a case against their scapegoat better than they can. You are saying something that they could not say in their own lives, and they think that that accomplishes something. So they'll give it a follow, they'll give it a like, and then they'll come and defend it. Like the guy saying, Lily Gaddis is doing so much for us. Lily Gaddis is doing so much for her. She's not doing anything for us. So I could have very easily, many years ago, decided, you know what? I don't care about the white race and what happens. I just care about making dollars like the rest of them and clicks and everything that comes from clicks. And instead, I'll just say the ugliest thing, a short clip, ugly thing about blacks, a short clip, ugly thing about Jews, a short clip, ugly thing about Hispanics. And people would have been clicking away. People would have been clicking away. They would have been showing up by the thousands and thousands to hear all the bad news about every other group of people and how awful they are and how you didn't do anything wrong. Your people didn't do anything wrong. You don't have to recapture anything. You don't have to do anything. It's just all their fault. They're baddies. They're subversive and they're just undermining you. So you're off the hook. And then some more ugly things about non-white groups. Sickening. I could never do that because my purpose in life is to empower our people. That's my purpose. That's why I live. That's why the Creator put me on planet Earth, to empower our people so that we could recapture our destiny, so that there could be Armstrongs again, so that there could be Da Vinci's again, so that there could be Beethoven's again. That's why we're here. And every single one of you was anointed in the exact same way. If you weren't, you would have left this circle, this sphere a long time ago. Justin McDaniel's here. Ash is here. Full White Wellbeing is in the house. Janitor of Antiwhitism as Recliner NWG is here. Good to see you, brother. Jabu is here. Hello and welcome. Bask is in the house of Swash. Good to see you. JK160 is here as well. Good to see you. Shannon Oliver is in the live with us. Golden Honeybee is here. Well, hello and welcome. Zizor is here. Hello. Good to see you. Who else is here? We have announcements. We have our lesson of the day coming up. And we've got a couple more little pieces, news items. We have the bus driver here in Virginia. And what a surprise that is. And we have the turmoil continues in New Jersey. We'll take a quick look at that as well. Dan is with us. Great to see you, champion. I want to point out so you all can be aware, and we point this out every now and again, Kingdom of Vinland is with us. Hello and welcome, man. Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Samuski. Logan Dawes, thank you. Good to see you. So many champs. Hot Rod is here. Hello and welcome to the party. Roger is in the party at the House of Swash. Is that Micah is here. Stumbling is with us. All right. Remember to tag me as @ no white guilt. Nothing touching it. No spaces. It will light up for me. Make sure you're switched over to live chat. Tree Godfather. Tree Godfather says, we know who the heroes are. Absolutely. It's this community rocking it out. Paul is with us. Hello, Paul. Welcome. All right. Yeah, I'm afraid when you are the special warfare operators and you bring people in and you tell them, this is what's going on in the world. Here's the lens that will empower you to do something. And here we have all these testimonials of success. We have this white, wonderful environment. We're dealing with all of the white people out there who are white avoidant because of that social morality that is the anti-white immoral imperative. Here are the tools to make you more than you've ever been, to get onto the battlefield that the white race never saw, and that's why we lost it. You know, the points I shared about Benny Johnson, 100% should be clipped. I should be, and therefore this community should be seen as scintillating genius, a revolution of order, not just of kind, but also of kind, because we are providing here something of immense, infinite value, profound value. And because we are doing that, and because I don't ask, I demand that you embrace the struggle. I demand that you get on that battlefield, that to you is now visible, that wasn't visible to the white race, as we built the greatest military apparatus on planet Earth that no one could ever defeat, never saw this battlefield. And when you can't see the battlefield, you can't get on it to fight. When we share this, the losers leave. The losers leave. They don't want any part of responsibility. They don't want to know that they have to go and do the hard things in the world. They want the easy way out. They want the anonymity of complaining online. So we're never going to have the numbers that you see elsewhere. It's just never going to happen. But we can have much larger numbers than we do. We have to continue swashing. We have to continue pushing. And we need to be totally intolerant of all of the strategies that the SPLC pays for and that a big con cuck pays for. We're totally intolerant of those strategies. No, they're not in any way analogous or aimed in the same direction. They've done nothing for us. We have many generations of proof of it. We have now all the proof we need through endless testimonials that this works and continues to work for every one of us. Imagine being one of these tough talkers who gets online and they're like, no, you got to get into the space and you got to say nasty things and you got to threaten, you got to talk about big violence one day, or you're not doing anything. And then they go out into their world and then their black coworker does something and they're like, thanks. And then they take their son to the doctor and they got a Jewish doctor and they're like, thank you. And I mean, imagine being that much of a disgusting human being. You know, these people who badmouth Jews and blacks endlessly have no problem, and Indians have no problem going to the dentist. Actually, probably many of them don't go to the dentist. Their teeth are like this and all rotted out of their heads. They have no problem going to doctors. They've got no problem that their son's football coach is black. They've got no problem that their wife's gynecologist is a Jewish woman. They've got no, that's because they are classless garbage. They don't live their truth. They're just a waste. So I got to say it again. Do not go into these spaces. Do not have it out with these people. There's no redeeming them. We've redeemed everybody. That's it. It's an enormous waste of time. Go to the conservative spaces where they're a little bit edgier, where they're not pushing anti-whiteism endlessly. Go into those. So MAGA spaces, post under their comments the lexicon and dialectics to bring them to white well-being, because a massive percentage of the cuck population will gladly take up these concepts, and they've demonstrated it for years. If I could go face to face, the only white well-being advocate at a Tea Party event, at Tea Party events, stand on corners with these people, and I could get them all saying that it's anti-whiteism. You can too. And just imagine, if it's not just me, if I stroll up and I'm saying it's anti-white, and they're like, you know what, it is anti-whiteism, and it's wrong for anybody to be discriminated against on their basis of the birth, even white people, and then they get online and you are there. Or then they go to the next march and you are there and you're saying the same thing. What impression do they have about the world? Whoa, these words are everywhere. It's just coming at me out of the blue. It'll feel like it was meant to be. And you know what? It was. You become, once you are anointed by the Creator, the Spirit of the West, to recapture our destiny. It is fate when you deliver the curative contagion. It'll be God himself guiding you every step of the way. The other thing I wanted to mention is, I got to mention every now and again, be on the lookout for anybody trying to come into our community, and in particular, the periphery of our community, asking for money. People, was more of a problem in the past, happens every now and again. They show up and they say, oh, there's some money there. I think I'll go get some of it. I will feign that I'm actually a white person in need, or I'll be a white person in need, but I won't be taking advantage of the opportunities that are available to me to pick myself up. I'd rather just go beg. I'd rather just go beg off white people and take advantage of them. We don't have the funds for that shit. Use the funds for yourself and your white well-being. Use what you would have given away to somebody coming and trying to beg off money for yourself and your children and your family so that you can be a better advocate for white well-being. That's what you need to do. New York City bus driver who couldn't speak English, charged in horror Virginia crash that killed 5. This was monstrous. Cordite is here. Good to see you. The Dean of Danger is still in the house. Love the man. Love the man. Show the man some love. Another thing that you need to be on the lookout for, and again, it used to happen more in the past. I teach you about all of this in Go Free. And if you are one of our more, shall we say, popular viewers, if you are one of those who maybe are known on a national level and you're viewing us, and I know who you are, is some of you, you want to reach out, you have some personal questions, hit me up with a DM on X. Hit me up with a DM on X, and I will answer your personal questions so that you can be far more powerful than you ever imagined, like the people in this community. Now, keep an eye out for people who are spousing. People who show up not because they want to be an advocate for white well-being, but because they say, oh, there are some good white people. This can be men or women. And they show up and they're like, I'll go find somebody to marry. I'll go find somebody to live with. What inevitably happens in those scenarios, somebody who's spousing, and what really defines somebody who is spousing is once they start to get your romantic interest, they start trying to lure you away from white well-being. Let's go live in a little farm somewhere. Let's go, I will, whatever. We'll have a farm. We'll have goats. We'll have goats and they'll have wings and they can fly. It'll be beautiful. Let's leave all of this behind and we'll go have our little family. Anybody who says that, cut them off. Cut them right off. And that's different from people in the community coming together for white well-being, to be activists for white well-being in this community, not trying to lure you away, not trying to introduce you to other communities. So keep an eye out for that as well. I'm here for you. Never forget, years before anybody was talking about alpha gal, I know some of you thought, boy, this is kind of incongruous. Why is Jason telling us about this tick-borne disease? Because your hierarch cares about you. I need you to be a demigod or goddess on earth. I need you to be a champion for our people. If you go out and get a tick-borne disease that prevents you from eating anything that comes in contact with meat, and that's almost everything, you're going to be jacked up. So I came to you with what was seemingly absolutely incongruous, incongruent. Why is he talking about that? None of the other pro-whites are talking about alpha gal because they don't give a shit about you or your children, any of your loved ones. And then they'll say, oh, Jason doesn't care about you because he doesn't say enough mean things about blacks. Give me a break. Julian says, I'm hoping someday I'll get to talk to you about my journey, how I became aware of anti-whiteism, in how grown with knowledge and experience since then. Brother, you have got to talk with Cindy Ben ASAP. You have got to turn this into a testimonial. I will talk with you, absolutely. But you have got to make this into a testimonial because the good Lord, the Spirit of the West, has touched you and wants that story to be told. So you have got to get with Cindy Ben, and we will read it on stream during our gatherings. God bless you, and thank you for that. Bella is here. Hello and welcome. Welcome, welcome to Bella. Ah, Franklin, I love the dinosaurs. Yes, and if you're wondering, if you're new, you're watching in replay, you're like, what's the deal with the pirate flags? That we use the pirate flag as the swashing flag. We are swashbucklers. Romantically idealistic, although, of course, we are using proven strategies. Warriors for white well-being. We show up with a rose in our mouth. We swing in on a rope or on a beautiful steed. We ride in to the battlefield of the real, and we recapture our destiny, reclaiming our brothers and sisters from anti-whitism. Tornado is here. Celine saying she admires about Jews and blacks, how they have a people. I think if you're healthy, you will admire. And we all wish that we had the same thing. But so many people in the anti-non-white circles, especially of the audiences that follow the taboo grifters, like Fuentes, for example, they resent them and they're deeply jealous of them for it. Deeply jealous. Every time they show up and they're like, you're jealous of Fuentes because he has a bigger audience. He has an audience of losers. Why would I want them? We've looked at his predominantly non-white audience. No, I don't want any of them. I only want the ones who self-select themselves to become special warfare operators in service to white well-being. Those I'll take every day. And there have been plenty. The losers stay behind. But the jealousy is on Fuentes. That's why he hates Jews so much. He's jealous of them having a people, a percentage of their overall race. He's jealous of them working together, a percentage of their overall race. He's jealous of the wealth that they're able to generate each other, a percentage of their overall race, that he doesn't have that. And so he has taken the ignominious path, the ignoble path. And he's been anointed by anti-whites to be the leader of the resistance. All right. Remember to tag me as @ no white guilt. We'll keep an eye open for your tags and any financial gifts that might come in. Karina is here. I also need to talk to her about my testimony. Do it. Cindy Ben is an absolute gem of gems. She's the crown gem on the crown. Justin McDaniel. Justin says, we're lean, pristine, Promethean machines. I like that. Lean, pristine, Promethean machines. Oh, that's perfectly articulated. Big salutes to you for that. Well, let's have a look here. So this was a horrific crash, an intentional crash. Why do I say intentional? Because anti-whites, white erasing our norms, our standards for driving things like commercial busing, white erase the norms, standards, codes, break the laws because they're interpreting them by way of the anti-white immoral imperative, which earlier we were talking about. Trump's is more important than income. Never forget Colbert. Keep that in mind. $40 to $50 million a year lost year after year. They just burned through it. Disney, all the money. People, you know how long people have been telling me in the so-called white sympathetic sphere. That's what it's called from now on, because such a tiny percentage of the garbage in that sphere care about white people. You know how long they've been telling me? Well, Disney will go out of business and then they'll stop producing that stuff. The entire 30 years I've been here. You know how much money Disney still has? The ideology. They destroyed Star Wars. They've destroyed how many movies, how many stories have they destroyed because it served anti-whiteism to destroy them? Wiping out the profit margin, actually costing them money. They're going nowhere. You will be, you know what? Some of those people who told me 30 years ago, Disney's going to go out of business. It'll go out of business because it's feeding us all this Marxist anti-white crap. Oh, okay. Marxist anti-white crap. It's going to go out of business. They're dead. Those motherfuckers are dead. They're in the ground. How many of these people implementing these strategies that the SPLC pays for who die and are put in the ground? And not only has nothing gotten better, everything's gotten worse. Do you have to see over the course of your life to say, okay, shit, these meth muppets don't know what they're talking about? I'm not going to heed another word. Franklin, absolutely. The white resentment sphere. Maybe that's what we need to call them from now on. The white sympathetic sphere was really all along the white resentment sphere. I like that, actually. Let's try that out. The white sympathetic sphere was always, in reality, just the white resentment sphere. Somebody write that down for me. I like that a lot. Tornadoes Men's Rights is here. Good to see you and welcome to the House of Swash and the recapture of our destiny. Isn't it exciting? Well, let's look into this. Was this intentional or is it just an accident? We have to start talking about this. Remember, Aunt Betty at the house, she comes over and she's rabidly anti-white. She's responsible. Remember, we always place the responsibility on all practitioners of anti-whiteism for all the horror caused by anti-whiteism. You cannot justly, as they do as anti-whites, you cannot justly place the burden on white people because a white person somewhere did something objectionable, but you can morally, legitimately place the burden of responsibility on people who are holding and arguing for ideas that result in the atrocities. The non-English speaking Staten Island charter bus driver involved in Friday's catastrophic crash on I-95 in Virginia that killed 5 people has been formally charged. There was a family, an entire family, on a way to a wedding, little babies, and they were crushed to guts. What's it going to take? Is this another accident? Virginia State Police announced Saturday that 48-year-old Jing Dong, and this is another thing that I can't stand from the white resentment sphere. Another thing I can't stand is them categorizing. Not only do they focus on non-whites, but then inevitably, when you focus and when you center non-white people, you end up wanting to categorize them better and worse. I can't tell you how many arguments I've had with these inbred garbage meth muppets saying, Jews are the worst because, in fact, I think Howard Stern ridiculed this back in the 90s. And I never watched him, but I ended up seeing a clip of this. He brought on, or was the 80s? Was it the 90s? Brought on some fat loser Klan member, probably paid for by the SPLC, and then asked him to categorize the non-white races from worst to best. Unbelievable. And he participated. Howard Stern probably paid him as well. I wouldn't doubt it. So is this the kind of idiocy you follow? So what do? When you center non-white people, you end up categorizing. It's inevitable. Which are better, which are worse. There are no better or worse. There is no cosmic measuring stick. If your country, and so often what they do is they categorize Asians as the best. You can go into the UK and hear our brothers and sisters talk about a model immigrant. Fuck you with that shit. No. White erasure by Asians is no better than white erasure by Indian Asians or by Arabs or by blacks. It's the exact same white erasure. Do you see how you can end up at white erasure by this avenue, another avenue, by focusing on non-white groups rather than centering us? You arrive at the same anti-white outcome, total white erasure. And then I would have, back in the day, I seriously had like 15 popular, vehement, violent, vulgar Asian anti-whites that from memory I would spit out at these people. Look this one up, look that one up, look this one up, look that one up. Some of the most vile anti-white garbage you'd ever hear, like no holding back. And it's odd because it's the majority of those, like 15 that I memorized, more than half were female Asian anti-whites. And it was just, I might have to go back and find a couple of them to share with you. So these people would say, oh, well, blacks and Jews, they're like tied for the bottom. And I'm like, what do you even, Asians are at the top. And I spit these out and they're like, well, they only act that way because of Jews. Shut the fuck up. Absolute garbage. Yeah, white resentment sphere. That's actually an accurate name for the garbage. So, Jing Dong, probably not wielding much of one, faces 2 counts of involuntary, you know what they say. 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter with additional charges likely in the wreck, in which the victims included a family headed to a wedding. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy stated, so in other words, the Trump regime, that ding dong, that's what we should accurately be calling this anti-white murderer, anti-white terrorist. He stated that ding dong does not speak English. Really? Where did he get his CDL? Was it Staten Island? New York, New Jersey? Where did he get his CDL? Does it say here? Sparking the NTSB investigation into driver proficiency. It is not immediately known if Ding Dong is in custody or acquired legal counsel. The development comes as federal investigators reveal EMP Travel Incorporated motor coach was moving at a high rate of speed with little to zero braking. So in other words, Ding Dong didn't even press on the brakes. He just plowed through the traffic, killing people. Before slamming into a work zone traffic backup near Quantico. That's just south in Virginia. Look at this. With the mass of this vehicle, there's nothing left. Car after car after car. It seems fairly clear that if there was any braking, there wasn't much because of the speed and severity of the collision, said Tom Chapman, an NTSB board member. The victims have been identified. So here's the family that was on their way to with the children to a wedding in the Carolinas. A little baby boy and a little baby girl. They are among the dead. So, as far as I'm concerned, this was planned. You are now white erasing our norms and standards and codes and reinterpreting our laws to arrive at anti-white conclusions this many times and have this be an accident. None of these are accidents. This is all planned. This is all expected. So, Aunt Betty at the dinner table, the battlefield that the white race never even identified until now, this is your fault. If you continue to endorse anti-whiteism and continue to be an anti-white, this is on you. Do you want to say it nice? Aunt Betty, the people who hold these anti-white sentiments, they're responsible for the white erasure that causes this. Now, you don't want to be one of those people who are responsible for this kind of tragedy. And that's where your ideas lead. And then you drop it. You can throttle this up. You can throttle it back. I'm for one at the point that I've been here for a long time. Not necessarily with your family or coworkers or anything, but I've been at the point with so many of them. They're just I am unloading. Double barrel shotgun of white well-being, both triggers. My dad has a funny story. As a little boy, his father, my grandfather, total horse of a man, took him hunting, and they gave him a double barrel shotgun, 12 gauge. And here he is, this little boy. And he said, now you're going to put you on top of this hill so that all the other hunters, the woods are full of hunters. They'll see you and you won't accidentally get shot. Don't want to have my son get shot. So puts him on top of this big ass mound, this dirt mound, and says, you got to wait there. So he's waiting there with the double barrel 12 gauge. And suddenly he sees something that he thinks he should take a shot at, raises this firearm longer than he was tall, and pulls both triggers. And he rolled down the hill just like a cartoon. Barbecues is here. Good to see you. Robert is here. Celine's saying a lot of the pro-white people, the white resentment types, are very cruel to white people instead of helping white people or giving them hope. That's so very true. Thank you for writing that. The worst thing that you can do to a human being is deprive them of logical hope. The next to worst thing is to provide them with illogical hope. You follow me? You don't want to tell people, like we saw when these idiots from the white resentment sphere are talking about, we don't need to worry about doing anything because the white race is just suddenly going to rise up and kill everybody. That's illogical hope. That's the next to worst thing you could do to a human being. The worst thing is to deprive them of logical hope. Nothing can be done. And that's what these people do when they talk ad infinitum about Jews controlling everything, Jews working together the world over, Jews orchestrating every little jot and tittle, Jews controlling the federal government of the United States, Jews. You're telling the entire audience, this is essentially divine power on planet Earth. You don't have a chance. They are robbing them of hope. There's nothing you can do against that. That's a natural conclusion. I gave speeches about this years ago. You should see this shit I had to put up with. There was one guy, I was still new to what now is we know is a white resentment sphere. What I was thinking was the white sympathetic sphere. Many moons ago, I was new to participating with different groups. And this guy, he was a good guy. He wasn't a bad guy, wasn't the smartest guy, as you find, unfortunately, in so many of these circles. He was a good guy, but he said, he came up to me and he's like whispering at one of the get-togethers. So I want to know how serious you are about this. I want to know how dedicated you are about this. Could you imagine this? This guy comes up to you and he's not perfectly clean cut and everything. He's rough around the edges. All right. He's a working class guy, but he's rough around the edges. And he comes up, and from the anti-white narrative, you've imbibed all of this about white people who care about whites. right? They're going to, they kill people. They have you in basements. They on and on and on of all of this other stuff. All the stuff I told you where guys would show up for meetings, would park their car 2 blocks away so that you would never see their car or their license plates. Terrified about participating. Do you really think that you're going to build a movement out of saying things that terrorize normal white people who want to do something about our well-being, who make them park their car 2 blocks away, who make them not bring their wallets because in their wallets is their identification, so they can't pay for what they wanted to pay for? Oh yeah, this has all happened. So this guy comes up and he's like, I want to know how dedicated you are. Shh, don't say anything out loud. I want to get together with you, just you and me. And I was like, I don't do anything violent. I don't want any part of violence. And he said, no, I'm not talking about anything violent. Just want to know how dedicated you are. So I was like, well, I'm really dedicated. All right, when do you want to meet? And he's like, we'll set it up on the phone. So I don't know, it was about like a week and a half, 2 weeks. I can't remember exactly. It's a long time ago. He calls me up and he's like, you ready for the meeting? And I was like, yeah. Okay. And he's like, I'll call you back. So it was a couple of contacts. Like he was really worried about me, this kid, this young man. Then finally he says, all right, I want you to come to this address. He gives me an address in a small town in Virginia. Long drive for me. But I was like, all right, I'll meet you there. What is it? And he said, it's a church. I was like, okay. I'll meet you at the church then. Are they in service? No, they don't meet there anymore. So I'm going to meet you there. What time? Dawn. I was like, okay, we're going to meet at dawn at a church that I have to drive hours to get to so that you can make sure I'm legit and how serious I am about this. So then he said, right before he hung up the phone, I'll see you in the graveyard. Seriously, this guy said, I will see you in the graveyard. So I show up at this place. Hours I drive in the dark. I show up at, some of you know this story. Hours I drive in the dark, get to this place right as the sun is rising. The entire place is covered in a heavy fog. The cemetery of an old abandoned church. I mean, am I dedicated? Am I dedicated? Oh, he's got a CIA. So I get out of the car. His vehicle's nowhere to be seen, right? There's a place where you can pull in, where you can park, nowhere to see his vehicle. And I'm looking around. I can't see very well for the fog. So I start walking off and I'm like, is this the last anybody will ever hear of Jason? Like, is this, no one will hear from me again? Do I get killed today? And I'm walking through the cemetery in this heavy fog with this low light as the sun is rising. And all of a sudden comes this figure walking through the fog, through this dark, barely sunlit fog. Dark as can be, shrouded in darkness. I could just see his like black outline. And he's walking my door. I almost said his name. I don't want to say his name. It's embarrassing. So here he comes. This guy walks out. Finally, I see that it's him. And he walks up and I'm like, is this guy going to give me like the keys to Valhalla? What's going on? Why is this so melodramatic? We have real injuries happening to we got to do something for real. What in the world's going on? And he walks up, we shake hands, and we stand right in the middle of all these old graves and the smell of the cemetery in this heavy fog that is very slowly lifting as the sun barely climbs, weakly climbs into the sky. And then he just talks about the most mundane shit. Nothing. of any value whatsoever. More of the same kind of, we got to let our people know that the history books lie to them, and we got to secede from the United States, and we've got to get our flags out there. And by our flags, he meant our Southern flags. And I mean, and I was like, are you kidding me? I drove hours in the dark, practically pissing my pants when I'm walking through a cemetery, waiting for like a sniper's bullet to hit me. No one would ever see me again. And here you come walking out of the mist like a wraith. And you're going to come up and talk to me about this nothing? Unbelievable. I hope he's doing okay. But for the love of God, we needed real tools all along. Not white resentment sphere garbage. What we're doing here should have been promoted and elevated all along. But of course, in the resentment sphere, the white resentment sphere, they're not interested. And as a consequence, we have violence and mayhem continue at governor's peaceful protest zone outside a New Jersey ICE facility. So this is the Democrats pushing back and undermining Donald Trump. So every time a taboo grifter tells you it's orange man bad, make sure you delegitimize the Trump administration so they can't do anything. Once again, you're seeing Donald Trump and his administration undermined by Democrats, undermined by rhinos, and undermined by taboo grifters. New Jersey Democrat, her name is Mikey Sherrill. Her peaceful protest zone outside a Newark Immigration Detention Center was anything but peaceful. As we showed you the videos of, protesters ignored orders to disperse as the unruly crowd clashed with federal officers and state police, shouting death threats to the ICE officers. Kill yourself, quit your job, the rabble-rousers chanted. F ICE, they barked, called them murderers. Some shouted on Thursday, "You're dead. I'll kill you and your whole effing family. I have your face recorded now. Mother effer, you're dead." Now, really ask yourself, who's going to be an ICE agent? Who's going to be a border agent? Who's going to be federal police? Where Democrats and rhinos are going to facilitate potentially your murder, potentially the murder of your families. So this is how undermining the legitimacy of the Trump administration undermines those carrying out the edicts and orders of the Trump administration, which thereby undermines the white well-being that is either directly or indirectly done by these edicts by the Trump administration. So end of conversation there. Eventually, as you all saw on video, the New Jersey State Police had to bring police officers in on horseback to push the radicals back. Just killed that mosquito that was in here. Governor Sherrill announced Friday that state law enforcement would establish a peaceful protest zone. She should be taken out of office. We need to do everything we can to cool things down. She's been saying all these statements about pushing back against Trump, undermining what they're doing with immigration. So every time you want to complain about Donald Trump didn't give me the immigration he promised, they're supposed to get rid of 100 million. How do you expect him to do it? Are you just a child? Are you just a child? He's gotten rid of a shit ton of them and trying to get rid of more. And maybe if there were more support and fewer taboo grifters poisoning the well of the good that's being done, he would get more done. And if there were more people taking down the rhino Republicans, like we saw in Iowa, war would get done. for the love of God, hating him because he did anything for Jews, just reveals that your focus and your objective is injury on Jews, is not the well-being of white people. And don't give me this bullshit about, well, if they're all injured, then we get white. Well, no, that's not how it works. We can achieve white well-being right now. You can't get rid of Jews. So if the thing that's impossible to happen happens, then we'll get white well-being. I'm not waiting. Because my objective is arresting our victimization. We could do that in every single family. We could do that at schools. We could do that at labor unions. We could do that at police departments. We could do that at family courts in Canada. We could do that with major media empires. We could do it everywhere. She says, I'll not give ICE the pretext to expand operations in our state, she told reporters. So, yet again, another anti-white piece of garbage. Mikey is. Let me see. Yes, exactly, Franklin. Mosquitoes not allowed. Well, now that mosquito's pushing up daisies. Let's get to our announcements. Good news. Thank you for your prayers and positive energy for Grace's dog, Steve. He has made it through the crucible, even in his portly state and dotage of the actual surgery. And so thank you all for all of that. And he is now facing the challenge of recovery, but very happy. Thank you all for the prayers and positive energy for Steve, a dog, a canine that means a great deal to Grace. Also wanted to mention yet again that if you want to financially gift me Bitcoin or any of the cryptocurrency that I take, 5 wallets at nowhiteguilt.org, you will send $1, roughly $1 worth on our subsequent get-together. It might be on a Wednesday, so you might have to go look. So something today might be on a Wednesday, or if it's on a Wednesday, you send $1, then it'll be on a Sunday. I'll tell you it has arrived, and then you'll know that it's working, it's copacetic, and you can go ahead and send the remainder. And so I'm here to let you know that, yes, indeed, if you sent $1 worth of cryptocurrency, it has arrived. You may send the rest. And thank you so very much for that financial gift. Our lesson of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is how can they be anti-white when they kill non-whites? While we do that, we're going to listen to a little song, and I'm going to see if any other financial gifts come in or if there are any other tags. And then we will follow up with the lesson of the day and anything else you have to say.
Storm clouds gather, brother. Here we stand tall. Roots deep like oaks. We answer the call. They twist the tail, dim our spark. We hold our ground. Westman calling, spirit free, heart of the lion, eyes that see, cunning lies try to divide by your spirit in you, set it free. You and brother clashed, lessons carved deep, hands joined stronger, no time for sleep.
They poison pages, sour the stream. Anti-whites want us gone, kill the dream. Soul runs deeper than their scheme. Side by side, we stand proud. Westman calling, spirit free. Heart of the lion, eyes that see. Cunning lies try to divide. By your spirit in you, set it free. You and I, people together at last.
I could listen to that song 100 more times right in a row. Anglo-Saxon NWG. What a beautiful piece. Beautiful music, beautiful lyrics. Let's give it up for the Anglo-Saxon. Yet another tune that you will hear on radio, White Wellbeing. Lesson of the day was an interaction I had in the thread that is worthy of bringing to your attention because you are likely to face this exact same argument. Jimmy here decides to comment. He says, talking about the two anti-white terrorists, it was Clark and Vasquez, if you remember. Anti-white terrorists, I called them. They went to a mosque and killed 3 people there. And then themselves, because they're cowardly garbage. And they were part of the white resentment sphere, weren't they? So Jimmy writes, they killed Muslims. I think this is probably how Jimmy actually talks. And they killed Muslims because they hate whites, even though they are white supremacists. Strange deduction. Jimmy writes. He talks like that because he was in a horrible bicycle accident years ago. It just took everything off. Took it off. There's nothing left. But it's okay. You know, everybody's got something wrong with them. I write back to him, they are anti-white because they played the villain in the anti-white narrative, which is detrimental to white well-being. They also killed Arab Muslims. You added the because part of that explanation. Strange. I write back to him. That wasn't enough, though, for Jimmy. You know, Jimmy has, in that accident, not only was it all ripped away, but he also hit his head horribly many times. He now looks like the inverse of the Elephant Man. He says, no white guilt. What kind of circular logic is that? I'm not kidding. He actually wrote that. They are anti-white, so they kill other groups who they describe as bad because they believe that white people are the bad guys? Come on, man. Do you think that this might have been Joe Biden? Could you see Biden pecking away? I'm going to put him straight. Okay, so I finish up with this. Jimmy, circular reasoning. Let's have a little education to get started. Don't you love it when dumb people use concepts that they don't have any idea of the actual meaning of them, and they think they're going to wield them on you? And you're like, nah, exactly. It doesn't work that way at all, not even slightly. Circular reasoning is something like, quote, this is the best pizza in town because it's the most popular. And it's the most popular because it's the best pizza in town. That, Jimmy, is an example of circular reasoning. All right, buddy? I'm not going to tell Jimmy he's the dumbest person in the world, but he better hope that guy doesn't die. Now, I continue writing, that we have established that The two who attacked the mosque chose to play the role of the villain in the anti-white narrative. That role is prepared for them by anti-whites because it is harmful to the resistance to anti-whiteism, i.e., playing a white nationalist, etc. And focusing on non-whites with hatred is harmful to the actual resistance to anti-whiteism because it legitimizes the anti-white narrative. And of course, we all know it is by way of the anti-white narrative that our people are controlled and led to oblivion. Further, I write on, the villain role harms whites in manifold ways. I wasn't even going to bother to get into all of this for poor Jimmy. As such, playing the villain in the anti-white narrative is anti-white. Makes sense so far, Jimmy? And as they are playing this role of hating and centering non-whites, they acted on that focus. So they are, now here comes the challenging part. For so many people who are not resplendent like your hierarch, so many people, so many of them are creating content out there for others, my Lord. So they are anti-white to white people. They are anti-Arab Muslim to Arab Muslim, both for the act and the things they said about Arab Muslims. They are anti-Jew for the Jews who saw their anti-Jew writings. They are anti-woman to the anti-white feminist, but it's redundant, who saw their writings. Does it make sense now, Jimmy? Let's hope he gets it. And if you face a similar, and it's not just moronic, I mean, let's face it, understanding that everything in the world is multi-perspectival is not an easy thing for the brain to do. All of these different perspectives on every moment of perceived reality, everything that happens, that in most cases, that we receive beyond our immediate families and workplace circles, etc., given to us by others, is either going to be a fictionalized reality, an interpreted reality, and in both cases, or all cases, we might say, are going to be modified to fit within the anti-white narrative to one degree or another, even if it is one of these anti-non-whites who come to you to tell to you about the event, because it's going to be interpreted to fit within the villain role of the anti-white narrative. So if it's coming to you from NBC, or it's coming to you from that guy with the name Aryan Cloud Hopper, non-white destroyer online, both of those interpretations of the information they received beyond their immediate circle is going to go through the lens of anti-whiteism and the anti-white narrative. And that's going to be what they bring to you. So it's going to be an interpreted and almost entirely fictionalized reality. And then it's going to be perceived then. So are you beginning to see all of the spokes that come off of every single event? And then it's going to be perceived in a multi-perspectival way. Now, what perspective matters? Ours. Our perspective matters for us. Jews, for them, the Jewish perspective is going to matter. For the Arab Muslims, the Arab Muslim perspective is going to matter. For the feminist perspective is going to be the one that matters. You need to be able to stand on our perspective as the end-all, be-all of truth in the universe. Because it is. It absolutely is for us. So, yes, Jimmy, yes. Two villain role LARPing dirtbags, one of whom was half Mexican, that decide they're going to villain role play in the anti-white narrative, which means that they are products of anti-whiteism, that they're fully interpreted, controlled, and predictable by anti-whites and anti-whiteism and us in this community, not elsewhere. Their behavior, their words, their acts are detrimental to the well-being of white people and the resistance to anti-whiteism. Okay, Jimmy, it's not circular reasoning. Do you understand? For the love of God, be ready to deal with this kind of ceiling, intellectual ceiling, when you're talking to folks in the world about something like this. How are the mosque shooters anti-white? You see the same kind of behavior, don't you? Out of so many cucks, when an event happens and they say, this doesn't make any sense. It's not fitting into my paradigm, my perspective. So then they come to these completely gelded conclusions. They must be crazy. They must be transgender. Then that fits their paradigm for now. But it won't always fit their paradigm. Conservatism will continue to lose. Make no mistake about that. There'll be more than one transgender speaker and leader in the Rhino Republican Party in the weeks, months, and years to come. And then they won't even be able to complain about it must be a transgender and then ignore it. So we aver our perspective as the reality, period. They've got no problem elsewhere. You see this march in Texas against the rednecks. You see in Europe, in France, where they're saying, in Germany, where white people are victimized by anti-white non-whites who have come into the country, and then the response of the government, the anti-whites, the media, the churches, the universities is all, don't look back in hate. Don't be angry with what they've done to you. Don't be upset. Don't demand an end to our victim. Who's being centered? The victimizer. Not you, not us, not our people. So they can do it everywhere else. White people are the only ones having a problem with this. We just covered a story of them doing it in Canada. Exact same thing. We just covered a story of them doing it in Minnesota. Who's the victim of the Somali and all of the theft of our taxpayer dollars that the white race pays the lion's share of? Why? The Somalis are the victims. Unbelievable the white race doesn't get that. But we are the new white race. We are the new white race. We have engendered peoplehood. And from here, it grows to the moon and stars. Let me see what you all have to say. And we'll be rolling out of here, wrapping it up. Karina says, where can I find that song? You can find that on Anglo-Saxon NWG's YouTube. And you can find that, I'm sure, by way of his Twitter, which I gave several times earlier in this Church of the West gathering and ordered everyone to follow him. Thank you for asking. All right. Let's get the Raucous emojis going. I missed a financial gift that came in late on a Wednesday. We are back on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a roll-in gathering to get us fired up about the work we're doing here in service to white well-being, to make it another big week when we come to Sunday. And then after that gathering of Church of the West, we have a Rebel Roundtable right here on X. This financial gift came in late from the great Nate, our man. $50. Let's hear it for our man. Big salutes. 07s. And he even wrote here, coming in late, but I got here. $50 financial gift from our man. Big salutes to you, brother. Big salutes to you, champion. You're not going to get missed. Thank you so much. $50. Let's hear it for our man. Coming in a little late on a Wednesday. What a champion. Azimuth Clark has joined us. Great to see you, brother. Let's keep those celebration going. $25 more has come in from John. $25. John financially gifting says no white guilt. Amen, champion. Let's hear it for these two heroes, ladies and gentlemen, here at the end of the gathering today. Thank you both so much. I deeply appreciate it. Just making sure we didn't miss anybody else. No, we didn't. All right. John gets in here right under the wire. And our man, boom to the both of you. $50, $25. God bless you. Oh, Karina says she's blocked. She can't get on X. You're banned from X. Then go down. It is indeed in the description on this live stream you're watching on YouTube. And you'll find where it says Anglo-Saxon. I think that's his YouTube, not his X. In the top block of links. Another week of brilliant victories. Thank you all for celebrating, by the way, those champions. Another week of epic victories, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't get any better than this. It doesn't get any better. I mean, we are special warfare operators. We're winning this fight for our well-being. We are arresting our victimization. We are reclaiming our destiny. You are better than you were when you first arrived. The testimonials attest to that. The victories attest to the rectitude and success of Go Free, of it working in your life, of it working in the greater and greater spheres with which we reach out into the world. Nothing else can claim that. Everyone else is complaining. I want you to think about, as I do, for the rest of the day, and as you launch into this week, I want you to think about the fact that there's so many other content creators, organization leaders that you find on X, on YouTube, elsewhere. You find, and you've shown up in the past, and you've listened to the talking head go on and on, doom documenting, doom dissecting, doom divining, and there's no strategy. There's nothing of substance. There's wish listing. We need to take over the military. We need to propose another law. We need to get somebody elected. We need to take over the local sheriff department. A bunch of wish lists that can never be achieved. And you've always walked away from that feeling hollow, feeling hollow, feeling malnourished. And that's because you were. That's because there was no substance, there was no meat, there was nothing to guide you, no tools with which that you could work to recapture our destiny, to recapture your own thoughts from your own mind. Now you have them. Just like I tell you all that there'll never be another Donald Trump. There'll never be another president, another moment like this for us to enjoy, to make hay while the sun shines on so many of our people around planet Earth. There'll never be another incipient moment of the engendering of our people. There'll never be another moment just like this. Are you making sure that your name is going to be in the history books? I hope it's there. I hope it's right there beside mine, because I will fight to the end of this life with everything I have for white well-being. And together we can be immortalized. I love you all. Let's go free.